still, I don't know if you can see it, but still pretty smoky and hazy here in Ohio. So we're not going to be going outside for a while. I can't. I'd love to sit outside and do this, but I cannot jeopardize my asthma. Of course, I've got my tea pattern that Christina's doing next. I have to cut that out for her. This is the pattern we're certainly going to be working on for Mama as we get the Goose done hopefully tonight, and if not tomorrow, this weekend, because I'm going to start working on that on Monday. And so anyway, I'm sorry I'm running a little bit behind. About 5:30 tonight, I got my tea. I started with my lovely, wonderful pain chills. My whole body, even though I've got, and it's hot outside, but I mean, I've got pants on. If that tells you anything. Um, I've got pajama pants on because I need something soft and comfy tonight. That's my jam when I'm hurting. So I started with kind of these chills, and I had to put myself under some blankets and get myself warmed up, and then I could kind of um, go forward. So that's what I needed to do tonight. Christina and I were talking about possibly she would like to show you her work. She's going to be giving me her Kinusaiga on Friday. No, on Sunday. I will show it off to you, and maybe we will go live with her on the phone or something like that. And then we're talking about coming live to do Mocha, of course. But I also was trying to work today on the flag so that could be up on the pattern shop for you guys to download that pattern if you want to do the flag as well, which is this one um, that we finished. So I'm trying to work really hard to get that pattern done, and it's going to take a little bit of time, but I'm working. I'm going to get this up to the merch store this weekend. So anybody that would like to do this project can certainly do it. Um, and I've got this one that we're finishing. Now I have to fix one thing, and one person pointed it out to me, and thank you very, very much. I need to change this so that all these are horizontal rays, and this one I have vertically. I didn't notice it last night, but we got to pull that out and change it. Hopefully, I can reuse it. It's still, they said it's going to be like this for a while for all the Canadian fires that are coming down. I just can't risk going outside with my asthma. Um, I'm really sensitive to all of that, so I have to be very careful when and so forth when I go outside. I emailed the shop that see if they'd be interested in us doing a class there. Um, so anyway, I am really sorry that I scheduled to come on at 7, but I was really, really struggling today with just um really dealing with got a little bit of a migraine. Not major, but it's there. And then when I start them pain chills, they're no fun. Your whole body just shivers. I have to just stop what I'm doing, stop moving, make myself be still for a while. And it took about 2 hours for my body to finally warm up enough to feel as if I could move. And so I had to kind of, like I said, it takes 2 hours. It finally happens. It's not fun to go through it, but I have to just go through it. And I had literally, it's probably about, I don't know, 89 degrees outside. Of course, it's like 72, and I had to have tons of blankets on me. And I finally got warmed up and I stopped, hurting so bad. But I'm still hurting, but I'm coming to work on this because this will help deal with it. We have our fish. We're doing this on Facebook. I'm going to be scheduling that for some time. I did order an eye off of ST. That's 6 millimeters, but it's purple, so I know it'll be perfect for this specific fish. Um, and I will see the quality of it. I will put it in the list there but it's also a determination for me to see what a 6 millimeter looks like. And then I can determine if I want to order the 5 and the 6 millimeter in just the clear white. They do have a variety pack. I did put it on the fabric list, but there's some colors I just know I'm just never going to use. So I'm like, I'm leaning more to ordering the 5 and the 6 of the eyes just to have them for future projects in the white and the clear versus the other one. So I don't know yet, but there was not in that multi pack that I did put in the fabric list purple. And when I saw these on SD, I think they were like $2. It was like $3 to send them here. I'm like, no, those purple ones are the eyes for the fish. And I can do another fish or something that it's looking on the side or something like that. Or do another fish or what have you. We'll see. What I eat. I'm not with it yet tonight. So the only fabric we really need is this tonight, which is this. And we may need this other tonight, just in case, by chance we cannot pull that out. And I get thank you, the person that pointed that out. I didn't notice. But I will be working on a pattern tomorrow for the flag so we can get the flag up and running for you guys to do. But I wanted to get done with this, but it's just one of them days today. I get them. But we'll work through them. We always do, for sure. So anyway, if you all noticed last night, I did all these sun rays in a vertical thing, and this one was horizontal, and I didn't notice it until somebody pointed it out that I totally got that the wrong way. So we got to tear this out, just correct it, because it will. After I saw it, I'm like, oh yeah, we can't have that. It's gonna look weird. So I don't know if this is gonna work. It may work to put it back that way. We will see. We are going to fix it. If not, I brought it out to change it. But I think part of just being tired is, of course, if I need to, I forgot I got to take it out. Even though the smoke is outside, it's still kind of out. And and still kind of affecting, even my daughter said that today. So but I did come up with a really cute pumpkin pattern. So really simple one. And I have kind of two for the pumpkin pattern. One we're going to do, just waiting for the response from the fabric store to see if this is something they would like to have. And then I will go pick up the fabric from the fabric store to work on the pumpkin so that I have a sample. And I'll have to do that sometime next week, but I don't think that pumpkin will take very long to do. But then closer to the fall, I will have, what I will do is I will have two pumpkins. One kind of two different patterns because I have one, it's really cute. It's like with a pumpkin and hi, Nikki. Welcome on in. You can put hashtag blessed in the chat if you want people to connect with your channel. So closer to the fall, I'll probably add to that pattern and I'll maybe make it $3 like I'm going to do with the flag. And then people can download it. They'll have two different patterns, one with the fall leaves and one without the fall leaves and two different bows. And that way they can have two and they can have one where they could start with and then do the more difficult pattern as they get the hang of Kinusaiga, which is taking the fabric and tucking it into insulated board. You're not tucking it into foam, Foam does not hold up well. You're tucking into insulated board or polystyrene is what you're actually tucking it into. So you can put hashtag blessed in the chat if you want people to connect. Hold on a second. Hook on to your to connect with your channel. Give me just a minute, guys. Hopefully everybody's doing well today. I decided to smoke. Give me just a minute, y'all. Can I get in here from here? I'm trying to do something real quick. Do. Thank you. Thank you all for giving me a minute. Had to do something real quick. So now that we fixed the rays, so they're going all in the same direction. So we'll do that, but I'll probably if I do the pumpkin, I'll probably hold off till we can put the other one up so they could both go up at the same time. But I'll have to do the pumpkin early if they allow us to do this teach this class, my mom and I, at this local fabric store, because I'll have to test it out. I think it'll be pretty easy to do. Looks easy. So. Okay, now we've got the sun rays going in the right direction. It was an easy fix. Yay. All right. Whoops. That didn't work. Well, it was supposedly an easy fix. Hold on a second. I'll have to pull out the glue because it totally took it away. I mean, I could do more fabric, but I really don't need to. It'll work. It's just I gotta finagle it. This is why sometimes the seam ripper does a great job, but having these little stylus things does kind of help. They're kind of glue precision tools, and they're on our fabric list. Really help to kind of put it in because sometimes you have the position where you need a little bit. You have to be careful when using them because they can really kind of go a little bit deeper into it and put a little bit more of a line into the fabric, but sometimes you need it. Sometimes you just need the little bit stronger. In this situation, I do. Welcome on in. We're just doing something called Kinusaiga. We're working on our project so we can finish it up and move to the teapots or to the pumpkin, depending on what happens. Hold on a second. Hi, Otto. Welcome on in. So, yes, I had to make a little fix because I realized I had the rays going the wrong direction. But we fixed it. We fixed it. I'm just putting a little glue around this because we use double fabric. Where are you? There's a piece of here. I don't know whether it's on the thing or what, but it's irritating me. I don't want it in my project, and I see it too. Is it glued to my hand? Give me a minute. Gotta get this out of here. I can see it, and it's not kosher. Don't worry, it's my hair. I don't want it. I don't want it in the project. Lord have mercy. So anyway, so but I'm just taking a little bit of glue, just to kind of prevent because this was double fabric because it was kind of on the thin side. I'm just taking it and putting a little bit of glue for just to keep it where it's supposed to be. So I had to also move it. So I have great respect right now. I have great respect for people that go through chronic pain like me because it's not easy. I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to come on tonight. I'm still pretty sore today, but it's okay. It's one of them days. Yeah, this is just an encouragement. If I encourage a chronic pain patient to, if you're hurting, I know it's hard. I know it's hard to move, and some days you just can't do it. Get your body up and move and do something to get your mind off of it. It does help. Some days you can't, and you have to listen to your body cues. So that's why I postponed my live a couple times today. I did it at 7:30, and then I did it at 8 o'clock, and then I did it for 8:30. And I thought if by 8:30 I can't do it, then I'll put a message out there. And I wouldn't wish it on anybody. I really wouldn't, because it's taxing on everything. Telling you what, if I ever had the opportunity to own a house or have a house again. Never really owned a house. My mother's, I've, owned a house and so forth. I get one of them tubs that you can sit in, the bathtubs that you put in your shower and you sit in, and kind of like a sitting up hot tub. I'd absolutely have one of them in there for sure because it would be so helpful in so many ways. Absolutely 100% have that in there. So I always wanted to try one. I remember somebody talking about it on the live with somebody, and they said somebody had, they knew had one of those, you know, tubs that you sit in, you know, sit up bathtubs or whatever. And they said the only problem was you can't get out of the tub until the thing's emptied, so then they would be cold. And it kind of defeated the purpose. I'm like, well, that's why you have. When I was little, in my home I lived in when I was growing up, when I remember, we had one of those in the bathroom, even though in Florida we didn't use it too often. I think my mom used it when I was little more than when I was you know, grown up. I did use it a couple times, but it had two different lamps. It had a regular lamp and then it had kind of like a heat lamp, you know, where you could turn the lamp on, it would be hot. And I said to the person as they were talking, I said, well, that's an easy solution. Just have like a heat lamp. So in the bathroom so that you can turn that on. And today, of course, you could have a remote and turn it on. You wouldn't have to have it on there all the time. You would just have it on, just you could turn it on a little bit, 5 minutes before you're ready to empty the water from the tub. And then I said, then you can turn the lamp on. And then I said, anyway, it's heating up your little bathroom. And they thought, oh, that's a great idea. So you could have a heater that she could have on. Well, that's a great idea. It was a heat lamp. And one light switch turned on the heat lamp and one light switch turned on the regular lamp. It shouldn't take us that long to finish. And I don't know how much I'm going to do tonight because I'm just, like I said, it's one of those days. But I wanted to really get done with it and at least get to the point where we're starting to outline it, which is going to take some time. I forgot I was going to take a Zyrtec today. I got to go take that in a little bit because of all the smoke. Not that I'm outside, but I think it's still affecting my allergies. And all our Canadian friends that are up close and personal with us, our prayers are certainly with you during this time, because I'm sure this is no fun for any of them closer to what's happening, of course. So again, I will try very hard tomorrow to get the flag done and put up. Again, that pattern will be $3 because it'll have two different ones. So I'll have one without the flowers and one with. So if we ever do a pattern like that, it'll be an extra dollar. Hi Riches, welcome on in. So I'll have the flag up. I'll try to get it up Saturday or Sunday. Thank you. Didn't even see that. I fixed it. I didn't even notice that last night. Why does it not want to look right? It's look wrinkled there. I don't like it. Oh, I have to show you because you weren't here last night. Oh, oh, sorry guys. I'm just really. My body is not liking me today at all. It's telling me. I'm gonna let you know. Y'all, it even hurts to lift the coffee cup tonight. Or the teacup. Or coffee. It's my teacup. It even hurts to lift the teacup tonight. So I'm really struggling tonight. But I'm here pushing through. I'm here pushing through. Anyway, these are the eyes we got. These are 4mm. I ordered purple eyes from ST that are 6mm just to try them out and see what 6mm looks like. I'm probably going to order these in 5mm and 6mm, but I'm going to get the 6mm purple ones to go with the fish on there first, so I have an idea of what 6mm looks like. I did put both the variety pack, but there's some colors I just know I'm not going to use, and these on there, and of course they have them in from I think 3mm or maybe even 2 all the way to like 12. But these are the 3 millimeters, 4 millimeters glass eyes or resin eyes. And they're actually, if you look up craft eyes for dolls, it doesn't really show you much. And if you look up craft eyes, you're going to get wiggly eyes. So start looking up on Amazon um fishing lure eyes. That's what you have to look on. You would think that Amazon would have no, they just have googly eyes. You trying to find eyes has been relatively not the easiest, I can tell you that. But look at the size for this. It is so cute. I'm not going to finish putting them on until we outline, and this will be the last thing we put on because I'm going to bump them. I just know. But they are the perfect size for this little goose. Perfect. And then it's just perfect. So it is going to take us a long time. I think there's like 300 eyes. Look at that. It's like perfect. It is so cute to have them eyes. So if you're looking for any eyes for your Kinusaiga projects, you want to use this versus putting them in with yarn. Go look at fishing lure eyes on Amazon. You can go to ST2 and find resin eyes, because forget trying to go to Walmart, Hobby Lobby, maybe Michael's has them, I don't know, but I have not had very good luck. And so I did put this on the supply list in the merch store, or in the link tree. I did put the other ones that are kind of um different colors, but there's things I just know I'm not going to use in there. So yeah, I may order these in the 5 and the 6, but I thought I'm getting purple ones I'm getting a purple set. It's only two. It's only a pair from ST, and I know I'm saying it wrong, but y'all know what I mean. Um, I say it that way, like I say crap. My way of saying crowns is crayon. They're crayons, but I say crowns. The way I've done it my entire life, so people just know. That's the way I can communicate it in my brain. So anyway, but there was a set on there for like $1.50. Whoops, I'm losing eyes here. $1.50, and I'm losing eyes. $1.50 on there, and then it was like $3 to ship it. But they're purple. I thought it would go really well with the fish. So lost an eye. Can't lose an eye. I may have to put these on something different. They're so small. They're really not going to hold, but I'm not going to be fooling around with them too much. Man, I wish my body would decide whether it's going to be hot or cold. It was freezing earlier, now I'm roasting. Decide what you're doing, body. So if you're looking for eyes that you want to make the resin eyes, yeah, they're tiny. So we'll see what the 6 millimeters looks like. But I really like these 6 millimeter purple ones. You'll love them for the fish, because the fish has purple material to them. And then I'll go and see if I just want to order the clear eyes, and then at least we'll have an idea of what the 6 millimeter looks like. I don't know what it's going to look like, so. But on the fabric list are those ones. I added everything. It's on there. And those are on there, and they have them in so many different sizes. You could get all of the sizes, and then you're going to have eyes for days. Hi, Amy. Welcome on in. So Christine's almost done with her project, so she may come on Sunday and have me show you all, because I've got to put the backing on and put the thing. Josh, when is the miter saw coming? Guys, I may wince a little bit tonight. It's just because I'm hurting. I hate it. You know, you kind of feel like the best way I can describe fibromyalgia is your body is attacking you and you don't like it. And it's just, um, but Christina called me twice today, which was like, man, I feel special today. She called me twice and it was all about Kinusaiga. It was so funny. Mom, we got to talk about this. And Mom, we got to talk about this. I was like, I love it. So anyway, it was really cute. She called me and said, oh, I got to tell you about this. No, what about this? And I was like, you're hooked. Anyway, I wanted to come on and finish this. But yeah. Oh, I am so thrilled. You have no idea. My daughter into a craft. I'm shocked. She was so funny. She was like, I said, I showed everybody the pattern you chose. She goes, well, that's not hard. It's really easy. And I'm like, I said, but she was always good with geometry and lines and all that kind of stuff. She was really good with that. So she's understanding that in a way. It's really cool. So, and I'm just loving the ability to have her be excited about a craft. I mean, I'm just loving it. But and in my juice tonight is pear juice, pineapple, kale and apple, and carrot. And Mom was making bone broth tonight. And we took some of the pulp from the juice and stuck it in the bone broth, spinach, carrot, all different kind of stuff to flavor the bone broth. So we'll see what the fabric store says. If they're interested, I may have to be going to the fabric store to get fall stuff. But if I do the pumpkin, I'll probably I won't put it up until after till closer to the fall because I'm gonna have two different pumpkins. One that has just the pumpkin with the most adorable bow on it, I have to say. It's adorable. And then but nothing, it just has the cuts around the pumpkin and it has the most adorable bow. And then the other one is a little bit more advanced and it's got the bow's a little different and there's fall leaves around the bottom. So this way people can determine that'll be another one that'll be like $3 because they could do the first one, get their feet wet, and then try eventually to do the second pattern. It's like the what is it? I can't think of what it's called. The flag. So I'm glad I'm not. Body worked tonight. It doesn't want to work. It's just, yep. And then Josh was crashing again in the middle of the night, and I had to help him get under control with that. I couldn't fall asleep. Then I was hungry. Christina woke me up. I think she did. Was she woke me up this morning? No, she didn't. I can't get. I can, but I can't to some degree tonight. I'm needing a little bit more help to force the stuff down tonight because it's just not working. If you're using these tools, you've got to be very careful. They are not, I would tell you they're not an alternative to using the seam ripper, But in areas where you're kind of having a little difficulty getting things down for one other reason, they do help. Um, and tonight I just just struggling tonight, guys. But but still, I'm gonna tell any fibromyalgia patient, you're gonna hurt whether you're sitting up or laying down. Get your mind off of it. But also listen to your body, because like at 5:30 tonight I knew where I was going and I was like, nope. And I did take a nap, which helped for a little bit. And I just kind of knew what I was doing. I'm like, nope, it's not gonna work. I've got to I've got to stop, and if I can't go live tonight, my community will understand. But listen to your cues of your body, but also then sometimes it's good. Um, I know I won't be on terribly long tonight because of it, but we're gonna do the thing. Just can't get into this one. It doesn't want to go down the way I want it to. It's being a difficult cloud. That's just my way of telling everybody. You gotta listen to your body. And I'm probably going to eventually, when we get done, just go off here and have a nice hot shower and curl up in bed and go to sleep. I thought about coming off and I thought I'll get off here and finish the flag, and I'm like, nope. I started working on it, making the corrections so I could get it up, and then I'm gonna go and try to get done with this. I'm gonna go, and it seems so funny to me, it's like I get really mad at my body. And I think most look, you have to say it, fiber patients do, because it's like, well, I shouldn't be tired. I rested. I had a nap, but I feel absolutely exhausted because your body is underneath a pain threshold every day, and it's exhausting. And I'm not trying to complain. I really am not. Y'all don't take this as complaint, because it sounds exactly like I am complaining. But I'm also trying to make other people aware of what it looks like, because there are people that live with fibromyalgia patients and they don't understand this. They don't get them, and they think, oh, well, they've laid in bed all day or they've rested or whatever it is and they should be ready to go. Well, no, they're not. You know, if they're laying down and they're telling you they've had it, there's a very good reason why. And I'm thankful. I am so thankful that I have a mom that if she knows me, then she'll say to me, if Mary's laying down and resting, I know she's hurting, and I don't question it. I don't come and criticize her for resting if she's having a difficult day. Or if Josh comes in and I'm sleeping and he's like, well, you shouldn't be tired. They know if I'm telling them that I can't do something, it's because I can't. You all have to listen to the patient. They know what they know what they can do. They know what spoons they've used up today, you know. So we're so eager to criticize somebody because we're not in their body. We don't understand what they're going through. You don't have a right to do it. And I think showing up to some degree here is a great way to show people, hey, This is what it looks like. Yeah. And that's why I do it. It's not to complain. I try not to. I think of my papu and I think he didn't do it. He didn't complain that I saw. Or he may have complained to my grandmother, but I never saw it. And I'm not trying to complain. I think sometimes I get angry. There's times I've come on here and fussed and so forth and been mad at my fibromyalgia because it's changed my life and changed me to some degree and what I can do and what I can't do. But I do it because I know that there's people that just don't understand it. It's like, well, they slept for 8 hours or longer. They should be just fine. Well, no, they're not because they didn't sleep. They slept, but they didn't. Hi, and up and Goose. We are doing something called Kinusaiga. I'm trying to learn how to say it. Kinusaiga was developed in the 1980s. A new passion of mine. We're going to be testing on lots of patterns. We have a fabric list on our link tree, and we also have patterns that we're going to be doing. We have one that we are that is free on our merch store, and we have one that is a cross that is $2. Most of them will be two or three, depending on whether you get one or two patterns with it. This was our first one, and this will always be free. This was our rose. So that was the first one we did. That will always be free. That was done on my birthday. And this one is the flag. I'm working to get that pattern up next. And there'll be three patterns. This is the flag that we did. We're going to be doing a pattern with the flowers, which I'm changing up a little bit, and without the flowers. I will tell you that I did modify the flowers so that the stems of the flowers are much more, they're thicker. So they'll be easier. And another thing too, if you don't want to put the stems in there, you can also outline them. You could even put the fabric and not even put the cut for them. You could just go ahead and put the flower cuts and then outline the stems and the leaves if you wanted to with just regular twine, and it would look great. You wouldn't even have to do it if you didn't want to put the fabric in. But you are tucking fabric into insulated board, not styrofoam. This is what you're using. You're using the Pink Panther, or Lowe's has a different brand, but it's polystyrene, and it's actually insulated foam, and that is what you're using to tuck the fabric in. This was created in the 1980s as art form when they were trying to actually uh, preserve kimonos, and those kimonos were actually put into wood slats. And I found it very recently, and I have fallen in love with it. My daughter has fallen in love with it, so I am hooked. This is why you don't use styrofoam. Styrofoam, as you can see, has all those divots in it, and it has too many air pockets, so it's not going to give you the clean, crisp lines like your polystyrene. And you use a seam ripper in order to put the fabric down. This is another one we're working on, which is a fish. We're doing this over on the Facebook. Um, we've got this one, which will be a very simple pattern that we're going to be doing too as well. Um, it's going to be this one we're going to be doing very soon because it's Mama's birthday. Teacups, we're going to be doing that one very soon. But we're going to be offering this one, which will be a very simple pattern, but it'll be great for beginners because it has a lot of straight lines. And that's just one of about 15 patterns I have working on and going for and doing and so forth. So we come on our goal of this channel is to connect and grow. You can put hashtag blessed in the chat, and for you guys to connect and grow with each other and make friends and make those connections. And no matter when we come live, whether we're outside crocheting, but with the all the stuff that we're doing with the fires outside, and it's just way too hot. We can't really go outside right now. I deal with asthma, so I'm staying inside as long as some wildfires are happening. But sometimes we'll sit outside and I'll bring my crochet and let you all chat. Sometimes we go on field trips. We blow up recipes. We're going to get back to doing devotions, but I've been so busy kind of doing this and getting patterns together and just doing this. We're going to be doing a lot of this, but our channel is always a focus of whatever we're doing. It's for you guys to have a safe place to come in and chit chat and talk and have people here in a community of people. Oh, yes. It is bad. Um, Christina actually does some dog walking, and she'll take somebody with her. For those that don't know, I became a grandmother I'm officially a grandmother now. I waited to inform everybody because I don't want to give personal details of when it actually happened. But I can tell you, she went, she went, so she was only, like she said, gone for like 45 minutes, but she went out today and walked the dog, and little one, stayed home with her spouse. So with dad, because she didn't want to have that little one out in the smoke. So it's really bad. It's it's not okay. And I just everybody knows, if she comes up on Sunday, I made it very clear, as I will make it to my mods. Um, she does not want the little one on social media. If she chooses to show off the little one, that's her choice, and I told her that today. Um, so you may hear the little one crying in the background. She'll have to go take care of it, of course, and she'll have him in a little thing beside her. But I don't want anybody asking to see the little one. If she shows it off, that's her choice. But they really don't want the little one on social media, and it's not my job to. That's their decision, and I'm just going to respect that. So I'm just going to ask that if anybody asks, we'll just be deleting the comment, only because we're just not going to have it. I might as well just take care of it, or I'll delete it and we're moving on. We're not even going to respond to it. So if she choose to do it, then that's her. And she said, "Thank you, Mom." I said, "Well, it's what you've asked me to do." So, because that was one of the things that she's doing this artwork too. We've gotten her into it, and she wants to do lives together. And I said, "Well, that if you do live, somebody's going to be beside you, maybe, and can't always guarantee that the little one's going to be sleeping." And so I said, "You can go ahead and get up and do what you need to do and so forth." But she said, "That's fine." I said, "Well, I can't mute the noise every time." She said, "That's fine." She said, "I don't mind that. I just want to be able to control if I choose to put him on camera or not, or her. And no, I'm not revealing the gender." She did at one point. If you all caught it earlier on, couple back in like January, then you did. Otherwise, I'm not saying names or anything. Personal details I'm respecting. But I am a Yaya, which is grandmother in Greek. Grandmother for Greek. A Greek in grandmother. I'll get it right at one point, guys. So I'm Yaya. My husband is Papu, and we are very blessed. 100%. And I have a special project that I'm going to be doing next month too, as well, just to kind of commemorate it. I wasn't going to say anything until I did the project next month, but then when she talked about coming on, I thought, well, I better say something to my community if they hear a baby crying in the background. Yeah. Oh, it's awful. I mean, it looks hazy, like you can. I mean, you can see the smoke outside. And they said it may go on for a while, and I'm thinking if it's bad here, it's really bad. You know, they said it's bad up in Cleveland. It's really bad up in Ohio. So he just said stay in if you're. I think it's gonna rain, guys. I think they said if you're, if you have asthma or, little ones, they really shouldn't be outside. So yes, I just like for it to go down. So I'm staying. My tail end has been inside, and that is where it is staying. I said to my daughter, I don't want to really have to go to the hospital having asthma issues. So that's where I've been staying inside. And really, I wouldn't have been able to go out. I'm hurting too bad for it. So after we get done with this part, we can look at starting to outline it because, and I don't want to put the eyes on, and I would not put the eyes on until you are done because, and these scissors that I put on, they're okay. They're sharp. They're just stiff. But it's not like you're doing a major project of sewing. Is it going to rain outside? I hear thunder. Or is it me? Um, because as you're working and so forth, and as you are um doing the I can't think the outline, you're going to be bumping those eyes. You're going to be going across, and I knew I was going to be doing it, so I didn't want to put the eyes on till the very end, and that's the last thing where we put the bow and the eyes on because you're going to be rubbing it. So if I was you, I'd wait to put the eyes on till the very end. That would be my recommendation. And you don't have to outline. We are going to outline, but you don't have to outline. That's just something I'm going to choose to do, but it's not something you have to do. So anyway, I do have to take a Zyrtec at some point tonight. I meant to take it earlier and I didn't, just because I know the allergies. So I'm hoping it rains, just for the air quality. I think Christina and I are going to try to do mocha, but of course I've got to get the sometime next week. Not next week, the fall, like in August. We're gonna do mocha and just see how different. Now, I did tell everybody when she comes on, she does not have a camera that comes down. So we'll just have to have her do it and pick it up and show it, but we won't have a camera that'll actually go down. She doesn't have one of those setups. And you won't get to see me because she'll be on the other side. But I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun to see the impression of how she does mocha and how I do mocha. Because just because mocha is um that's thunder, right? Mom, is that thunder I'm hearing? Mm. Um, I've seen people do dogs and they're all like rainbow colored and all that kind of stuff. I've done a wolf. She loves wolves. And I've done a wolf pattern for her. Howling at the moon. That should be really cool. This is something to do with, I forgot. She told me what it was. I can't remember what it was. This is her next one she's going to work on. I have to cut it out. This is something to do with Captain whatever, some kind of thing, but that's her next one. Something with fandom stuff, but that's the next one she's going to do. Something with Swan, and I think it's part of Once Upon a Time or something like that. That's her next one she's going to do. And she really liked. I sent her the wolf howling at the moon. She really likes that one. As I said to her, things like that one, you may not be able to sell the pattern because it may be protected a little bit. But things like dogs and wolves and so forth, we could do mocha. Those ones you'll be able to sell the patterns to because they're not protected under any kind of, yeah, any kind of thing. But she said that one she's done looks so cool. I can't wait to see it. She said, you can't see it till Sunday. I'm like, okay. She wants to come on. She said, you can show everybody, but I want to be there. So I said, okay. So maybe Sunday will come on. We shall see. She is just so excited about it, and I love it. Okay, I'm going to make another for this. Let's go ahead and make that. I can do it. I'm finagling it. I think it would be better for you're testing patterns out like we are. Have your pattern near you, handy to make corrections. I know my yaya brain won't remember all of it. I'm going to make another correction from here to here, so it's not so hard to put in. I'm doing it, but it's taking a little bit of time. It's fine. We'll get it. I'm gonna have to put a little bit of um, glue in some areas because I had to kind of cut it, but I have made it. So understand if you see it live and I've done a pattern, I'm not redoing the same pattern with the new corrections. I made notes. I see where I need to make the changes to put the patterns up and make them doable. But the patterns that we put out are patterns that we have made and tested. And so they may not look exactly, I mean, they're not going to be too far off, but just like in the pattern we'll release of this one, there's going to be a slit here. I'm not going to redo the whole pattern again for there to be a slit here. You'll just have to know that if patterns we've released, we've tested, found out where we need to make the changes. And please, once you get these patterns, guys, you can make changes if you feel that you need to make changes for something. Now, the only thing is, you cannot, and I would hope you wouldn't, I don't think anybody here would, take the pattern, change it a little bit, put it up on your channel and in your merch store and claim it as your own. That's the only thing that I would ask that you don't do. Because we've worked really hard, spent our time to test these out. So I just ask that you please do not do that. Modify the pattern a little bit, claim it as your own. If you're going to do this on social media and show it off and do the pattern, that's fine. If you have corrections you would make about it, that's fine. But I just ask that you connect people to our YouTube channel and connect people to, um, the pattern so that they could order the pattern directly from us and make sure that you're giving credit where credit is due, which is not claiming the pattern as your own. That's the only thing I ask. I don't think that I think that I would hope anybody would do that with anything, any artwork that they do, if they're, we try to give credit. Like I wouldn't take somebody else's picture of this if somebody else was doing it, or if I got it, off of Etsy and claim it as my own. I would tell you all where I got it from. I'd review it. I have no problem doing that, but I wouldn't claim it as my own. I'd send you where I pick the pattern up, and the same thing goes with us. And so that's what I would just ask. Okay. You're done stuffing. And I think it looks really good. And it puts smiles on people's faces. It makes me happy. And I'm not a big goose lover, but I'm glad this picture came out so fun. That's thunder. And the thunder rolls. And we'll see. And Josh, did you tell me when we were going to get the miter saw? Did you end up telling me when we were going to get the miter saw and I didn't hear you? What's wrong? The miter saw. When did you tell me when we were going to get it, or did you not hear me asking that? Here. Oh, it's here? Oh, wonderful. Oh, here earlier it's here. I've not been with it today, guys. Obviously. Keep it up, Buster. I'm the only one around allowed to harass you like that, isn't it? Yeah, sure. Okay. So tomorrow we will work on, let's see, trust me with the miter saw tonight. I don't like that. Let's see. Hold on a second. I'm trying to finagle this piece. Okay, let's get this cut. Okay. Now that's done. And I think we're going to do possibly this. I really like this for the border. Yeah, that's thunder. And the thunder. Do you have it, or is it on the table? Josh. Do you have the thing or is it on the table where Mother can hand it to me? Do you have the piece of equipment or is it on the table? I have the equipment. All right. Can you have Mother hand me the equipment, please? Or no. Why? Because I said so. That's why. Well, does anybody want a husband? I'll give them to you. They won't like me. I'd like to finish framing this flag. I am stuffing all the little ends into the flag part. Well, ones I didn't stuff in before. I'd like to frame the flag. Let you know what we think of the miter saw. Not the electric saw. No, I know that one. The hand saw. Well, that's fine. It'll cut something, hopefully. We haven't been able. Put it up to a full. Yeah, guys, that's thunder. It's the thunder. No kidding. Well, maybe I thought you didn't hear it. You had your earphones in. Y'all can't tell we've been married for almost 19 years, right? Certainly should. Almost. Not till next week. Unless you forgot your anniversary. Nope, can't forget my anniversary. 4 days away. Better not. We have problems. We have problems in River City if he forgets it. What? I said, you forget our anniversary. We got problems in that River City. What river? It's from some kind of movie. So I'm just taking this because I want to lay the back when we put the stuff on, which we're going to test in a minute. I want to be able to lay this flat on the back. If all this stuff is kind of up, it's going to. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what I do without them, though. I love them. Sometimes. Yeah, right now you're pushing it. But I'm just taking this, and Mocha obviously does not like that sound. I can tell. All right, now we've got all that in there, all in the back, so the back is smooth to some degree. Meh. Except for this little piece here. Oops. No, we didn't. I thought we smushed these little things. I didn't realize that. I thought that was going to happen. I was pressing so hard. So be careful. It'll be fixed. I kind of pressed it, but they're just styrofoam little balls. It'll work. But I didn't realize I pressed it. I thought they were a little bit more sturdy after I've done all the stuff I did to them, but I'd be very careful not to do that. But that's why I'm testing. Okay, so we'll have to be careful. So if I was you, I wouldn't put them styrofoam ball things on till the very end. I do it before you frame it, but if they have to come off there and I have to redo them, it's not a big deal. I just wouldn't put them down, so I didn't think. And if I was you, I'd probably use like those little rhinestones. I do want to get a little pack of rhinestones in different shapes. Just clear rhinestones, so I can use those too. Because that's what I wanted to do, but that's what I had, so I used what I had. But I thought the Mod Podge would give it a little bit more stability. Silly Mocha. So we'll have to be very careful when we do this. Press it forward. But I wanted to actually put little rhinestones in there. I I didn't have them. It worked, but that's what I would prefer. I would have. I tell you to put the little rhinestones in. I've got to get a package of like little rhinestones for stuff. Just clear. But you use what you had to use, and I'm proud of it. Very proud of it. But when we turn it over, we're just gonna have to be very careful when we put the backing on. Okay.
As long as you keep a little piece of the wood
Yes.
clamped by that clamp, it
Yes.
works fine. If you do not use the clamp,
Yes.
it's going to be the most maddening thing in the world to cut.
Well, I'm gonna take that out because I'm not using that.
Take what out?
I'm taking out the thing so I can measure what I have here.
The little piece of wood?
No, what I'm going to measure from here. I've got the thing here.
Okay. That's the piece of wood that I put in there was to show you how to do it.
Okay.
You just have to leave a little bit in the clamp.
All right, I'll leave.
It's going to work.
I'll leave.
It might be easier to clamp it from the top edge,
Whoops.
but it's harder to cut from the top edge.
I'm gonna figure this out, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. We're testing it out. All right, I put a mark and we're gonna cut this straight for right now because I don't know what I'm doing totally. So let's see, let's go this way. That one, well, that one won't work.
Yeah.
We're learning together. Absolutely, yes, we are. No. All right, this is what I'm thinking. Fact that you trust me with this thing. Let's see what we're doing. Oh, we're cutting through something. Let's see what we're. Well, there we cut through it finally. She's only took a modern day miracle, right? Whoops. I'm okay.
Work.
Yes, it worked. Finally. Okay, so this is gonna go down here and we're gonna paint that edge. And I did that very good. Perfectly. So let's see if it goes on this side. Yep, that's gonna be about the same. Okay. And let's just go around. Yeah, great job. I don't know how I did it. Okay. I think that this will be the good size. And I think you can get a little sandpaper, and I have some sandpaper someplace. So now that you got your size, it looks like it's about the same all the way around. Take your thing and line up your thing, your paint sticks, and just cut it or put a little mark on each one of them, and then you know where you need to cut. Okay? And if you mess up on a paint stick, they're not that expensive. They're inexpensive. Okay? And then you're not going to see the rough edge because we're going to paint that. We're going to put a little paint on it. You're not going to see it. And you can take a little bit of sandpaper, which I think I have someplace. I did put the sandpaper in here. Good. Because then you can just take sanding paper and sand it. Okay, hopefully. There's be patient with it because line it up. If you get a miter box, line it up there. And you say we gotta put this clamp on it, which makes it just to have to kind of do it in a angle. And then I'm holding the stick down here. The stick to hold so it's not gonna go in place. I'm not putting my hands around the saw thing. Just holding the stick so it's not gonna go in place. Okay. Go away then and do it on the part that has the longest. You don't want to do it on this side, you want to do it on that side. So again, line it up best you can. Remember, we're all not trying to be perfect here. You want perfect, go someplace else. So that's not me nor this sheet. Josh does want to get it saw. It's a little bit more expensive because then he says he can make me shadow boxes and all that stuff. That's down the road. That's not now. That's down the road. But for right now, this will work. I think this costs $17. I will put it in the supply list. But I wanted to have an option for people that didn't have something like that just needed something to cut, that could have that if they wanted to do a paint stick frame, they could have something to cut the sticks with. You would think paint sticks would not be that challenging to cut. Apparently they are. All right. Let's put that down there so I don't hurt myself. Not there. Then putting I've got my little bin. Take your sawdust. Let's take this and put that there. I don't hurt myself. And then you take your paint stick and just take the sawdust, get it off the thing. And what I would do is that's why you have a thing of wipes. I don't care what's baby wipes, flushable wipes on your thing because the adhesive that we use to spray that's excellent sometimes gets on the thing. But I would also use it just to wipe off the any sawdust. Because you don't want that on your stuff. Woodworking 101. Yeah, that's it. Okay, how did we do? This is the test. This is the test to see. And if I didn't do well, I could tell people when I get done cooking every once in a great while. If it's not good, I had nothing to do with it. I think you like mine. You're welcome to use that if you'd like. I tell people all the time. I didn't cook. Oh, I think I did pretty dang on good here, y'all. It's not perfect. I mean, with that miter saw, you could do it so that there's corners. But if you wanted to, I mean, you could do the corners so they were slanted, and probably Josh could do a better job than I can. But I think for just doing it, I think we did pretty dang on good. I think we did pretty good. I think we did. I'm very impressed. So, then what you can do, if you wanted to, first of all, take a wipe because there's sawdust on these, and just carefully go like that. Carefully go like that. I think we did pretty good. I may have to, okay, like this. Because this is the other option. This is not the other option. This is the other step you have to do with this. Just getting off the kind of the wood stuff. And I'm seeing if I need to have, and I found it outside, just some sandpaper, and just take your ends and just kind of just have to, just a little bit. We don't want it, I don't want to get too much off of it, but I just want to take it and kind of get the splinters off a little bit. Just have to rub it. That's the wrong side, Mary. Down like this. But you can do it so that it's an angle. It's a corner. Hi, Dan. You can do it so that on that miter saw, it's got a this to it, so they all come together. That's more of a Josh one. I'm just being impatient tonight, but that's one that you can sit there and put it on an angle so that they all kind of come together and miter together. I'm not doing that. But you could do it with a miter box. Then the next step you're doing is taking this and your paint. Now what I'm going to do, I have several of these patterns. I didn't bring paint, not a paint thing, but I didn't bring oh, I didn't bring an extra one with me. So we're gonna take an extra piece of paper of a pattern I already have about 3 copies of. And if I have to print it out again, let me see. Let's choose this one because it's more in line with, I think, the size that we need than this one. All right, so we're just going to take just a very little bit of paint. Okay, well, I'm going to be here. Ain't going anywhere, okay? You don't need much paint, and that's probably just too much paint, but we just want to take a little bit of our little wipe and just dab where you're going to be putting the ends so you don't see it. And let's do this end real quick. So we just want to do the ends that you just sawed. Pay attention when you're putting the frame on that you're putting it on the right end. You don't want to put it on where you see the measurements. You want to put it on the other side, the decorative side. Not that it's supposed to be decorative, but that's what it's going to be for us. So just go along on your sides and just clean it up, and then we're gonna. Any of that, once you get done getting your ends, you just want to go back and paint them because you don't want any of that. And that's it. Okay. Now the next step we're going to do, you don't have to do this step, which means we may not be able to put the frame together tonight, but that's okay. Yes. And what I would strongly suggest you doing is you have got fabric with wood. Okay. The problem is, Mom, is there a paintbrush over there that I can have? Oh no. You have one. You have fabric against wood. And you do not want to have I cannot think tonight. I swear it's not happening tonight. You do not want to put fabric and wood together because then you're going to have wood that is conductor of moisture and wood that's conductor of moisture. Thank you. And so you don't want to have either one of those. Get my juice on thaw. So you want to take the extra step. You do not have to, but this goes to the juicer. So you want to take the extra step of going ahead and sealing it with Mod Podge. Because you don't want to take that and take a risk of doing it. So seal your wood. That will also make an extra shine to it. It will protect the wood. It'll protect your fabric from getting damaged. It's an extra little step, but it's a step that's worth it. You can also do, if you don't have Mod Podge, you can do some kind of enamel, spray them, because you just don't want to have, wood against fabric. They both are going to be things that are going to be attracted to moisture. So now you've sealed this, you've protected it, and I would do the entire, even though the one side of the fabric or of the thing is going to be, and I just realized that when I put the other side on. Do one side at a time. It'll dry very quickly. Even though the one side you're not going to see, you're still going to have it exposed, especially the side that's inside. So anyway, just make sure you're sealing it. You're sealing it with something. You can get spray enamel. You can do Mod Podge, some kind of sealant as a protective layer, because this part that I'm painting now with the Mod Podge is going to be against the fabric. So now you don't want that. You want it to be sealed and protected. So you don't have to do this step if you don't want to, but I would strongly suggest taking a moment and doing it. Of course, I would do one step at a time and let that dry before you do the other side. But I wasn't thinking. It's not a night where I'm thinking tonight, guys. Tell you that. I'm here, but I'm not thinking tonight. And it will put a nice sheen to it. It'll just bring out the color you put on. And just make sure you're not doing a little bit like too much and you're glooping it on too much. So you don't want to do that either. So make sure you get the edges. Okay, I kind of did that. I'm not too worried about the backside, so I'm going to put that on our container right now that we put our trash in. So I'm going to start with the front side of all these, and then I will let that dry, and I'll go back to the other side. I won't do two sides at once. So strongly suggest. But this is an inexpensive way to, and an easy way to put on a frame. Josh is still learning the cardstock method, which I still like to as well. But for some, I'm gonna want to do this in different colors. I really like the brown metallic. Another thing when you're putting the Mod Podge on is pay attention to how you've done the one where I'm going with the grain, which is going down. I'm making sure that I'm painting in the direction of the grain, not necessarily painting away from the grain. I'm just taking care of the sides. And this will dry clear. I know it looks milky right now, but it will dry clear. So you don't have to do this step, but I would strongly suggest to do it. It usually dries pretty quickly. So you only probably need one coat. I wouldn't bother putting more than one coat around it. It's not going to need it. But you'll see it as it dries. It really does a nice luster to it. I mean, it looks great with the metallic paint. Don't get me wrong, but yes, it really adds a nice finishing. My thing is that you are protecting the wood, and because it's going next to fabric, it's the best. It's something that you should do. And you can go get the enamel. They have clear enamel at the hardware stores. You can get that and just spray it on real quick. But a lot of people have the Mod Podge, so it's just I would just do some kind of protection between the fabric and the wood. Just if you're gonna go in, if you go with the grain, not away from the grain. And then I do have wood glue, so in order to be able to put this on, I would be definitely doing wood glue. Not fabric glue. I'd be attaching it with wood glue. You could do it with hot glue, but sometimes hot glue can really kind of leave it can come out bumpy and you don't want that. But I would attach it with wood glue. And I'm really paying attention to the strokes I'm doing on the front of it. I'm not going to really care about how the strokes look on the back as long as it's sealed. That's the only thing I care about. And you could get, if you wanted to, and you had, and I have one someplace, I should find it. If you wanted to get a heat gun or an embossing tool, you could put that over that and spray it. That would dry the Mod Podge very quickly. And then you could proceed to put the thing on. But I don't have that. I have it somewhere out in the garage. I have a heat gun, but you'll be very careful because you're going to be doing it towards wood. But it doesn't take that long to dry. But on the back, I wouldn't be so I would be doesn't really matter how the back looks, but it'll also seal those ends if you didn't sand it very well. So just when you kind of go around, you kind of just go back over it. Make sure you don't want to go back over it too much because it will. But I don't know if you can see the sheen. I'm like this got a little bit. I'm not worried about this because that was the side that we're gonna I see, but that's the first one we painted. You can just see the sheen to it. So we got to paint the other side. But before we can put them on. But I would absolutely, please do not, and you can do what you want. It's not, please be careful when you're doing this because you really want to make sure that you're not doing this against putting it towards wood and the fabric towards wood. You want to protect it. But the sheen of it looks nice. Yep. It doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, as long as it's majority covered, you're fine. You just don't want it to be on there and, you know. I just want to finish. I want to finish the flag before I start doing that. But I can tell you all, I'm hurting. There's no doubt about it. My pain level is probably my normal pain level sitting at a 2 or 3. It's probably sitting at about a 6 or 7 tonight. And earlier it was about well, it's probably at a 6. Earlier it was about an 8. But since I've been on, it's not that I'm not hurting less. I'm just not here, sir. I'm not focused on it. I'm focused on creating. And so it's taking the mind off of the fact that I'm hurting. And I don't hurt till I start moving. And then I go, oh, yeah, I'm having one of those days today. So then my fibromyalgia people get yourself involved in something when you're hurting. I know it's hard. I just know it is. But if you do, guarantee you it'll help. It won't make it go away. It's not going to make it go away. You're still going to hurt no matter what, but you won't be hurting as much. All right, I don't know if it's that you won't be hurting as much, but your mind won't be on it. So of course, if I had realized he had had the motor saw, I would have had this step done, but then y'all wouldn't have gotten to see it. And you can always do this step, and then if you need to paint or, you know, seal something once you put it on, you can do that. It's not going to hurt it. Like I said, I'm not worried so much about the back end because the back end is going to be, you're not seeing this back end part. I'm not worried about it. I'm worried about the front part. So just, I get this done and I can put it aside for a few minutes while it dries. See, it's gotten paper on the back because I was impatient. But like I said, I don't care if this is the back side. I don't care about it. I care about it, but not overly concerned about it. I'm probably going to move this over to the cutting board because then that way it won't be the paper. If I have to wipe off the cutting board, that'll be easy. So way if it won't stick to the cutting board. But it'll dry. This is why it's very handy to have wipes around because when I get done, I can just wipe off my paintbrush. Because I wasn't expecting to do this, but we can get these dried while we're kind of working on outlining some of our goose. And I can see from this, yeah, and see this one I've already done. So this one's just drying. So we're going to put that there. Now, that's all done. Put the lid back on here. That way, we're going to let those dry. And we'll finish our flag. We'll get that done and put them. We'll try out the felt stuff or the velvet stuff. See how that looks. Excited about that. And see if you have wipes with you, you can just take it and wipe your paintbrush off. And then wipe off your board. You know, diaper wipes are not that expensive, but they're nice to have in your craft station. You can get a bunch of them from the diaper wipes from Sam's Club for like $20. That'll last you a long time. Oh God. Oh. And then wipe off your board and get the Mod Podge off. I don't know. This board really does a very nice job of, with the cutting board, but it works. Okay. Let all that get all dry and happy real quick. Now, this is what I have. And I have this. Don't think I need you right now. So you can go over there. Should have cut me or cut me. This is embroidery thread. I am not going to use for my sewing machine. So I thought about using it for this. And so I have a lot of colors. It's on the thin side. I did look at the thread at the crochet thread at Hobby Lobby. And I kind of like it. I mean, these. I kind of like it. Put these here for right now, though. Kind of like it, and I kind of don't, because I think it's on the thicker side. And I think sometimes outlining is going to be great, but I don't know if we want it thick in some areas. So let's start with the water first. Now we have a couple options, and the embroidery thread versus the DMC thread has a little bit of sheen to it. I don't know if you can see it, but it has a little bit of sheen to it. It's very thin, but you don't want the emphasis. You want it to be on the fabric, not on the outline. So I've got. I guess I should put lots of colors here too. Then I'll know what colors it is. So let's see. This one is 5405, which this is blue, but that wasn't this is blue, so y'all can see. It's not going to show up a lot. It's just going to be a little bit. So this would be there. I'm not kind of liking that color with that. Sure. Did it to me again, didn't you? I'm gone on one side, and I'm not going to try to get it on the other side working. So you guys are just going to, not going to see me, and I'm not going to make it work.
Okay. I don't know if your dad can see it and your mom can see it at the same time.
What?
You may have to show it separately.
What?
Christina wants to show you something. her art.
Okay, hold on, guys.
When? Yes.
Yes.
Is that her thing?
Oh, that is so cool. Christina, you did a great job.
Beautiful.
Let me see it a little closer.
That's
Guys,
okay.
she did a great job. Oh, that's
Wow.
really cool for your first one. You did an awesome job.
That is pretty. Let me go show your dad.
You did an awesome job. And she did a great job. And she's only done work. I'm looking for the electric blue.
Yes, you have to get the whole thing.
You'll have to do that in a short. Where is it? Is this 420? Yeah, this isn't the electric blue. I think this is the color that we're going to use for here. I just liked it when I saw it earlier. You see this? This is the color we're going to use. I can't see you all there. Well, I can if I put you all up on the tubes, because it decided to quit on me. Because it's trying to telling me I should stop for tonight, right? All right, so we can't because we got to put the thing together. Anyway, this is, I think, the color we're going to use for the water. I don't know how this is going to work. The crochet thread seems a little bit almost too thick. So we're going to try this. Plus, it's something I can use up.
Cool.
Okay, so we're going to put this here because that needs to go down there like we did before. But one thing that this will not be as noticeable as the crochet thread if we kind of have to double over anything. Crochet thread, we had to be really kind of, that's my only thing, is how to get it to stick.
Uh-huh.
Well, I know I'll need the glue. Okay. So.
Okey-dokey, artichoke.
Okay, take care.
Love you too. Bye.
Okay, so we're gonna figure this out, guys, together.
Here you go. Your
Okay,
phone's not too far
let's
behind.
do the glue first down because
I don't think it rained very much.
I don't think it's done. Have you seen the madness behind it?
how this is gonna work, but we're gonna try it.
Rain on the sidewalk.
It's gonna take us a little bit to do it, but
If it rained, it was pretty quiet.
that's my only thing is it needs to have a little bit of glue. Yeah, it just needs, I want to stuff it, but you kind of have to, it doesn't seem to do it as easily as the crochet thread, but you just kind of have to finagle it a little bit. See, that's my
I don't
problem.
think we're going to get what Cincinnati got.
That's my problem with it is trying to get it to stick without it going down too far where you can't see it, and then what's the point of it? That's my That's my issue.
A little bit.
Because see, like right here, it's kind of going down in the thing, and then you're not seeing it. That's my problem.
Quality index. Very
But
unhealthy.
we're gonna figure it out. That's what we're here to do, guys. Figure it out. I think what you have to do is put the glue on, I think, on the section you want to possibly do. And thankfully we have the quick dry glue. And then you gotta take a minute, and I think that the thing is not to rush it. Let it get set in there. I do want to make sure that it kind of sets into the artwork. I think what the thing to do with this is going to be my suggestion, is if you want to use the embroidery thread, start it, have some, go ahead and use the glue, okay, and have it extend outside of the glue. Have it up here, and then go ahead and put it into the part, right, and get it to sit. But you want to make sure that you kind of have some glue to kind of get it down. But you want to, and you have to be careful when you're going to do dark colors, because the glue will show. But have that little piece sticking up. Like, you see how I have it sticking up? Because I'm going to put that in once the glue kind of...
Maybe these bottles hit their
Oh, sorry.
lifetime.
Tell me, just say camera and I'll realize that. I would stick a little bit of the thread kind of just sitting on top of... I'll explain it in a second when I get done thinking it out of my head. I put the glue on there, and if we put the piece of thread hanging over just a little bit, where we're trying to get this to kind of get in there, then once the glue sets, then it should be pretty easy. So, see, I've got the glue, I've got the piece here, but I've got glue on this part. It's going to take a little bit. But then, while this is kind of sitting and you're cleaning up your glue, so you're not putting it on fabric where you're going to see it, like I'm cleaning up the glue here a little bit, this is going to start to kind of get set. Then I can take a little bit of glue, hopefully in a minute, and get this part to kind of go down with a little bit of glue in. Okay? Now, without making sure that I'm going to totally erase that's what I don't want to do, is like totally erase where you're not going to see it. I want it to lay on top. Because if you do, what's the point of outlining? There's no point of it. So you're just going to have to take a minute. I mean, if all of it doesn't show, it's fine. But you do want to make sure that you're putting some kind of glue in some areas of it. And then let it sit for a minute. See, now we can kind of clip off this side. And then we're going to let this sit. And then in a minute when it's done. But do you see the difference between here and here? The focus is on the fabric, not the outline. but it is showing a little bit of outline. You're just going to have to be patient. There's just, see, we're putting it over the thing and then putting the glue on the piece right here. And then that way we can put this here like this so that we can start to get this into position and connected before we're trying to tuck it in. I think that's the way to do it. And you can always take your thing and put it on the actual piece. You know, like I'm taking the glue and putting it on the actual thread, and then I'm going to pick up the thread and kind of just lay it down. So it's not, with this thread, you don't want to make it disappear. You want it to show. Okay? And you want to be very careful that you're not putting too much and glopping too much glue on it. You want to take your time and clean up the glue, especially on the dark pieces. And just take your time and get it to work. It's gonna go. And then just, you may have to give it a minute, but then you know how much you're gonna need. And even if you had to leave this piece dangling for a minute, it's okay until this kind of sits. Now we're gonna do the same thing for this piece. And so we will look and start it on there. You just have to be very careful that you're not, especially with the dark pieces, you're going to have to be careful. And this is where I would maybe say, well, yes and no. I really think with the white glue, as long as you're careful, at least you get to see where you're laying your stuff. If you get the clear glue, you're going to be going, where did I put that? Christina did an awesome job, guys. Oh, I can't wait for you to see it. She did. I am so proud of her. And I'm telling you, she's going to be introducing this to her crew on her channel in a very creative way. She'll be showing it off in some kind of cosplay. You can just see it. You've got to be very careful when you're doing, if you're using this embroidery thread, that you're not like you're doing it, because if you stuff it down in there too much, what's the point of putting it on? There's no point. So that's where you've got to kind of, it's a slippery sucker, I can tell you that. You think you get it in, and then so I want to try something for a minute. Have you all seen where they have taken, probably would work, where they've like taken thread and they're doing like stuff, and let's see, just curiosities, where they're taking it and they put it in like a bottle of glue, and they do, that would probably work really good, depending on what you need to do with it. Maybe, maybe not. Well, that worked really good, just kind of getting some glue. So maybe I need to find a container or a plate, paper plate, that you could lay down and just run the glue through and then just lay it in there. You just have to you have to make sure that you are doing some kind of cleanup, but that seems to be a good trick. Because you just want to make sure that you're not, I mean, the lighter pieces you're not going to have to worry about so much. It's going to be the darker pieces. So that's just on this side, so you all can see the difference. This is without the outline. This is with the outline. It's not going to be a huge difference, nor do I want it to be in certain areas. I'm going to show you what I'm going to do with up there. So then, because this is so thin, and I will cut a little bit of this off because you don't need all this. Let's see if this is going to go. I will put definitely a little bit of absolute, and I'd be very careful how we're going to be covering that up. And be very careful not to dig it down too far, or you're going to lose it. That's going to work. You have to wait in between. And I would keep these on this side without tucking them in. That way you know where you've been. I don't know if you can see the difference in it. Oh, that's not going to work either. I know we can use the crochet thread, but that just seems so thick in some areas. See if I can get it to go in there, then lay it down like that. We've solved the problem. Just getting it to cooperate. I don't know if y'all can see it or not. So anyway, I'm going to show you what I'm going to do with, and like the water, I want the water to look like one piece. I don't want the water to look like, like you've got any issue. I want to, if you put the silver in here, you're going to be looking like it's separate. I want it to look like one piece of water is what I want to. Yeah, for this, you just want a very slight difference. It's not going to be huge. The stained glass look that we were going for, the other look, that was absolutely the right thing to do for the cross. I don't want this one to be a huge outline. I just want it to be slight. And I want the body of water for the water to look like one piece of water. I don't want it to be a huge thing. So, the embroidery thread it's a little bit more challenging to work with. I'm not going to say it's not. Partly because I had it. I want to use it up for sure. But I want the body of water to look like one piece. I don't want the body of water to look like it's separate. I want it to look like one piece. But I'm going to show you all. So it's going to take us a while to outline it, but we'll work on the outline a little bit tomorrow too. We're going to finish up tomorrow. And all of this stuff, I would be taking the very ends, and the reason I'm keeping them up is I'm just going to push them over once everything dries, and I'm going to put some glue on them so they're not going to move. So you just have to, I don't want it to be, I want it to be slight. I don't want it to be in your face that's been outlined, if that makes sense. And I'll show you what I'm going to do differently with of why I wouldn't choose the blue for the tile in the back. So you just want it to be, I mean, you have to choose for yourself. I looked at the crochet thread at Hobby Lobby, and it's pretty on the thick side. Like, you would really be able to see the significant thing. And there are some parts of this I just really don't want to have it to be able to tell that I made a cut. I want it to kind of flow in together. I just wanted enough where there's a slight little thing in it, and it outlines and it covers some of the little imperfections that I see without it being in your face, if that makes any sense. But I'm going to show you. I'm going to get done with this piece, and then I'm going to show you what I'm going to do for the tile part and why I'm choosing to do it with the tile. Because right now the tile, in the sense, kind of looks like all one piece, but we don't want it to. And then I think these are dry enough we can finish the other. At least we've started with the outline of this. And I think I'm gonna so it's just, it is a little bit. If you can take your hand and hold it and then get the first piece in there kind of dug down. Forget trying to put it the glue through. That's not going to work. Just get it down there, and we'll be putting white on there, so that's not going to be an issue. Just kind of, you want to get it down in there, right? So now that that's down in there, I can pick this up a little bit and kind of get it hold. And then I think that's the trick, is kind of getting it for the hole down. Get it in the hole. So cut your yarn, or your thread a little longer so that you have a little bit, and keep it, don't do your final cuts on the end if it really goes close to it. That way you know where you've been. And you can kind of tell there's a sheen on it that I don't think is coming through the camera, but there's a little bit of a sheen to it. That's why I liked the embroidery thread. And it's a little bit more time consuming to do, but do I think it's worth it? Yes. Because it's kind of going to cover up some of our little flaws. I know, we're not supposed to be perfect here, right? Alright, so I think from this side to this side, there's a difference. There's absolutely, from here to here, there's an absolute difference, okay? We're going to do this back part with this color because I want that near the thing, but then I want to show you what I'm going to do in beside the crevices of the duck. And then we can put our frame together for our flag. If I'm not in camera, guys, tell me so you can see it. I don't want to be out of camera. Sometimes I get hydro-focused and I forget. Just yell camera. Come back in. Just really get this in. Don't worry about it going down in the thing. Get it in first. I think that's what it is. And then, and make sure you've got some glue around it so it's going to stay. And then I think that's the trick. And then you want to be very careful after that to really kind of lay it down. You just want to lay it on top. You want it sitting on top is what you want. And I mean, after it dries, if there's a little thing that pops up, you can snip that off, or you can you can go ahead and put that down in the crevice or something like that. Oh, you know what? I messed up. Wait, hold it. No. Be just extra glue down there for a minute. This is where you gotta kind of pay attention to stuff, and I'm not. Okay, what I'm gonna do for here is I'm gonna got that started while we're working on that. So I'm gonna pick that up and make sure that that's in there, so it's gonna get a hold. So I move this over here. Okay, and this is where I want to show everybody why I wouldn't choose blue to do the rest of the tile. Okay, I'm going to take white, which I think this is the white, which is 01, yes, and I've got so much of this left over, and show you why I'm going to choose the white. I'm not going to choose the exact same color for the tile. I'm going to purposely choose the white. It's just going to be very minimal. But do you see how now it looks almost like grout? You've got that image of grout going in your head there. So I'm not going to choose, what you would think I would choose would be the blue to match that. In this instance, I'm going to choose the white because I want to give the image of those tiles looking like grout. So where I would go, okay, well then I would choose the can't think what it's called, the matching thing. I don't want that. I want to actually choose the white. So it looks like grout. So that's where you've just got to pay attention. Like for the water, I want the water to look like one piece. I'm not trying to emphasize the cracks that I had to make. I want the water to look like one piece. I want the things to look like grout. I will put this blue on top of here though, so that that's one piece. It looks like the finished part of the grout, or the tile. But I want this to look like water. So, or like grout. I'm gonna think about it in a minute. So you're just gonna run that down. And then again, we're gonna go with our seam ripper, and I don't want to stuff this down here. I also want to clean up the glue. So now we've got, and I would put that part down first. Now we've got something that kind of looks like a little bit of a grout there, you know, and you have the division. That's where I want to emphasize the division, because I want it to look like tile. So, but you have, if you're going to use this embroidery thread, you got to do it just very gently. And then, before we put this section on, right, we want to hit the embroidery thread coming up here. So now we've got, and we may have to just do a little bit of, got this to kind of be on top, right? We're just taking a little bit of patience with this. You're going to use embroidery thread, you better call on patience, because it's going to need it. It's not as easy as the other thread. Is it feasible? Yeah. Is it as easy? No. Does it look pretty cool? Yeah. But I had all of these trays of embroidery thread, and I thought, I'm not going to use them for the intended purposes I originally got them for years ago. You know, back in it was, when was it? 2019. So I might as well use them for the intended purposes now because they'll work. So now, a little bit of kind of thing. Now we've got a look of grout in it, but it's not a huge emphasis on it. That's not what we want. Yes. We don't want to have a huge, I want the fabric to be the star. I don't want to have the grout be the main source of something. I want it to be there, but I don't want it to be the main source. But it looks nice. So it just depends what you're trying to do. What is your accomplishment trying to do? Do you want the waves to kind of stand out? Do you want to see the cuts? Do you want it to blend all in? You know, kind of what is it that you want it to do? And then you go from there. And you know, you can use crochet thread. I have that in the fabric list if you want, but just realize the crochet thread is about a 10. And well, at least the ones from Hobby Lobby. I don't know what Amazon is. And this is where your tweezers will come in handy if you've kind of put your thread down there a little bit too whatever, and you need to grab it and pull it back up again and finagle it in there. Those tweezers work really well because I just can't. I need to position it, and so I'm kind of taking my thread and I'm doing it I'm doing it kind of trying to anyway, I should say, guys. And this is where these tools sometimes come in very handy. I just stuck it down there too far, and I was trying to get it to get where I want to position it. There we go. So we're going to take this, go to the next one. You're gonna do the outline, and here's my other thing. And you can do all you can. This is your project. If you get the pattern, you all do what you want to do. Don't think that you have to do exactly what I'm doing. But if you're gonna start outlining it, you're probably gonna do the whole outline. You're probably gonna do everything outlined. You don't have to, but it's kind of like once you start outlining it, it's gonna look weird if part of it's outlined and not the rest of it isn't. So you're going to have to kind of decide, if I'm going to outline it, I'm going to outline the whole thing, you know, and then you go from there. You don't have to, but it's going to be noticeable that, oh, well, it was outlined here, but it wasn't outlined here, and just be aware of that. So if you don't want to outline it, you don't have to outline it, but if you're going to choose to outline it, it was like kind of when I started the cross, it was like, well, this is going to look weird if we just outline this part, don't outline the rest. So we outlined the rest of the cross because it would have just looked weird not to. I think you're going to kind of be on the same position with this. If you kind of start outlining it, you're probably going to be in a position where you're going to go, okay, I got to outline the rest. But if you're going to use embroidery thread, you're going to realize you gotta get your patience and level up, because it's not going to be easy. Is it impossible? No, but it's not going to be kind of like, okay, it's not going to cooperate as easy as the crochet thread is. But the crochet thread is also thicker, and so then it's depending on what look you're trying to go for. So if it's like, well, I don't mind that thick look, then go for the crochet thread. It'll be a lot easier, I can guarantee it. But also be there we go. But just be patient with it. You know? I always want the fabric to shine, not the thread. You know, that's where I'm going. I'm like, no, I don't want that to shine. I want the fabric to be the star of the show. It's just not going to be as easy as using the crochet thread. That I will warn you on. And you could even, if you had like little rhinestones, you could take the rhinestones and put it in the middle of the grout, making it look like sometimes they have those little stars or something like that. If you really wanted to, you could do that too as well. It would look really cool. I probably won't be doing that, but you could. You can get some, you can absolutely get some crochet or some rhinestones and put them there, like little tiny rhinestones, just where the crochet or the grout meet. Which you may be able to even pick them up from like what's it, Dollar Tree. I would just put a little bit of Mod Podge on it so it doesn't show, you know, it doesn't wear. But you absolutely could if you wanted to. It's yours. The possibilities are endless. Really, honestly, they are. So now I'm just pushing this down just a tad, just to kind of line up that, just because I want to give it a little bit of, and if you realized you may have pushed it down, I don't know why I can't get that up. Use your tweezers. Like if you think you got up, like here, I did it just a little bit too much, and now it's kind of down there. But I don't know. Let's pick it up before. I really had it down there, didn't I? It just ended up really going down there, and I didn't want that. You couldn't see one of it, so we had to fix it before it gets too much. But, well, at least we knew it stuck to some degree. Okay. That just went all the way down there and you couldn't really see it, so I didn't want that to happen. Okay, so now it kind of looks like grout. Then, now that we've kind of had this little buddy kind of hanging out over here, we can take this and put this across fairly easily because it's sat in the glue, right? Oops. Come on, until you can get up. So then, take this and just lay this up. And keep your ends where, the sides, at least for the sides, you'll know, like you can kind of tell, you can see like a little shimmer of, you can see a little shimmer of where it is, and I can tell it where it is and where it's not. So I can begin to tell it. But it's staying. It's just, it goes in, it's just a pain in the neck to kind of get it to position itself. But I would just make sure that you're kind of, you don't lay it in there too rough, because it will not, and you just got to lay it on top, and you have to be patient with it, because it's not gonna. And if you get a little glue someplace that you don't want, use, after it dries, take the water trick, put it on there, and it will take out the glue on fabrics that you didn't intend for it. But you try to want to clean up the glue so you're not seeing it. So now, all that's on top. Now, that absolutely looks so good to have the grout outlined in a way that is just, you need to finagle it a little bit. I would be very careful how you do it, but you can. And remember, guys, you're not trying to be perfect. This is not going to be perfect. I don't care what we do, it's not going to be perfect. You think like this little piece is just, it needs a little bit of weight to it. I'm going to come in there with the glue and just kind of get it to hold down for a second, and making sure that I'm not stuffing this down there too much. I want it in a certain position. You may have to hold it for a minute. It's fine. Positions where I want it to. So that's where I would make my exceptions. If you're trying to do like we're doing with the grout, I want the grout to show off. I don't want the water to be something that's to be absolutely, and if it's not perfect, it's not perfect. There we go. Just need a little encouragement. And there may be times where this is going to pop up, like I can see that happening with one of them, where I'm going to have to just put a little bit of glue, and I'm probably between the grout lines where it's not going to go down into the fabric, I'm going to take a little bit of glue with my precision tool here and put a little bit of glue right here, just so that the middle pieces absolutely kind of know where they're going. They're going to kind of, they're not going to move, because I can see them popping up already. So I would take a little bit of the glue for the middle so that it's not popping up, and put a little weight, because it's popping up a little bit. So I'm having to go back. You have to realize this was not intended. What we're using this for was not the intention. So you may have to go in and just, that's why I really like using the quick dry glue because it really does, it does quickly dry. So you may have to do this on this because it's just where kind of the cross beams come. But that's just finagling it. And if it may pop up tomorrow and I may have to do a little bit. And you can use DMC thread too. But I looked at DMC thread. The problem with DMC thread is you've got 6 strands for one thing. So you're kind of doing the same kind of finagling that you're doing with this. This is just a little harder, so you may have to kind of, you just got to get it to lay a certain way. The ones are doing fine. It's this part that's just popping up. So this, we're just having a little difficulty. We're going to get it, just. Kind of having to do a little bit of, I don't want to lose the grout either. I know I need to, I think we'll be okay. I think that's pretty good. It's not totally, not totally, I'm gonna get it. Just kind of see, oh, that looks really cool. The grout's not gonna be, the grout's gonna, you're gonna see the grout, but it's not gonna be like the main thing. You know what we may end up doing with the grout, at least on the top part, maybe. Let me see something for a second. This is where we're experimenting. We may end up coming back again and putting at least another layer, not necessarily on the top, well, not on the, but on the, no, I don't know if I like that either. It's just not laying like I want it to. That's kind of the problem that we're having with the grout. I've got to pin this down a little bit. That's part of the problem. Okay, I know what we got to do. For this, we've got to lift you up. That's the problem. So if you're going to do this, we're going to take this out from underneath here. This is where you got to experiment. You're going to get down there if it's the last thing. Well, it's not going to be the last thing I do, but come on. I'm going to take this out, keeping everything in line. It'll still work. But if I was going to do this, take this out. Okay? because it just keeps popping up on me. Come on. I got one side down. Okay, now we're going to take that out. Okay, we're going to go around and kind of pop these up for a minute. Because that's what it needs. I want to make sure I can see it, because the problem is that you can't see it because it's stuffed in there. Now we're going to take the top part, the embroidery thread, and put it on. That's the way we should have done it. Because we can take this now, right? And then we can take these and kind of put them in a little bit. Take the glue and get this to kind of stay in the spot we want. You see, now you've kind of got that. That's what you should do. So if you're going to do this part first. And then put the top layer on. That's the way to do it. That will not be as frustrating as trying to get the, and you can get the little things in the, in kind of that, there's a little spot, kind of like a little dip. So that way you can get the glue down in there, and we'll figure that in just a second. And then you're going to take this part and put it on the top. Now that's going to keep it from bumping up. That's the way you got to do it. See, we figured it out, guys. And it's going to look better that way. This is where I'm learning right along with y'all. So now, instead of the grout being on the top, we're going to put this to be right across from here. And now we've got that. So that's going to be right across. And that will hold. And I'm not even going to really tuck in the rest. I'm tucking in the end. If this didn't have an end, I would certainly be tucking it in more. But I want this to kind of be almost a little bit. I'm going to take that and maybe just put a little bit. But if not, I'm not going to worry about it. But now that'll be a heck of a lot easier to try to make happen than what we were trying to do before, which was just not going to sit well. Because now it's going to stay here. Okay. That looks so much better. So if I was you, I would do the bottom part first and then do the top. Go down first and then across. Because that's going to hold a heck of a lot better than it was going to do before. It was just, problem is that it kept popping up on me. So now, and the problem was you couldn't see it. But now it's going to be holding down. Or that looks a lot better. I mean, the grout's not like, it's not like really, you can see it, but it's not like totally, it's there, but it's not like the front center, if that makes any sense. We'll be covering that up. I'm not really worried. So if you're going to use embroidery thread, you better get your patience out, because you're going to need it. All I have to say, because boy, it works. It's just going to be a little bit of a, it's going to have a little bit of patience. It's going to have a learning curve, that's for sure. And we're part of that learning curve, right? So that's going to work. Put this here first. Put the long pieces and then put the other on the top, and then that'll stay. So that looks really cute. Because and you can see it. It's just not, it's not meant to be like in your face that it's grout, but it certainly looks really cool to have it. And that's the point of it. I do not want the outline to take away from the picture. I want it to be there, but I don't want it to be in your face. And here's the reason why. Here's the crochet thread. It's nice for accents, but do you see when we place that here? If we put this all over the picture, that's all you're going to see. Is this. That's all you're going to see. The entire thing is going to be this instead of it being just light. Or if you put this here, that's all you're going to see is that. You're not going to see, and they have this in other colors, and I'm not saying that, but it's so thick that it really to me takes over, and then you don't get to see the thing instead of it just being a light accent. So it all depends what you want to accent, but that's the difference. Yes. So, you want the grout to be there, but I don't want it to be, man, I'm grout. I want it to be, it's there, but. And so, I want the goose to shine. I want the fabric to shine. You know what I mean? I don't want it to be the main source. So, I think this is going to look nice. You can see the difference from not doing that side to that side. There's just a little bit of sheen to it. But it's not in your face. And that's not what I don't want it to be. And it's sticking. It's just going to take a little bit of effort. So let's, now that our glue sticks are dry, and then I'm going to head off and go to bed because my whole body feels like I'm really sore, and I guess I'm really not trying to complain. I just hate hurting. And this is this glue. This is very good wood glue, by the way. I highly recommend it. I can put it in the list too. I'm sure they have it on Amazon, but I would use wood glue. I wouldn't use fabric glue because you want the wood to hold. Yep. It's just enough, and you don't have to do that step. But like I said, we're starting it, and it's kind of like, well, there's areas I do want to do the outline with. So it's kind of like if I start on the outline, I'm going to start. It's going to be. Come on. Yeah, I'm telling you to come out. Very thick. It's like ketchup. My namesake only used, what was it? She got ketchup, and it wasn't a name brand ketchup. She had these people over at her house for dinner, and she didn't have, it was just a name, it was like an off brand. And they just sat there and said, oh, we only use Heinz. Let's just say they never came back to dinner. She never had them back for dinner again. Use Heinz. Grey Poupon, please. I'm going to put this upside down so it has a moment to bring the glue so I don't wait on it. Okay. This is a silicone brush. I think it would probably be easiest. So I'm going to do is take the silicone brush and put it, see if you can see, I'm getting a nice thick layer. So now I'm gluing all those little end pieces of the fabric down. Okay. I'm doing a nice little thick piece of glue all down, with a silicone brush. People use the silicone brushes for resin and stuff, but it works great for something like this. So I'm just putting it down. Okay. Now, just keep going down. You don't want a big glue lump. Make sure that you have this side, which is the one with the numbers, and you want to make sure that you have that inside, not on the outside. And I would lay your piece down, and I would put this, the stuff will dry clear, on the fabric. Try to do it. Now what I would do too is while you're holding this, and if you lay it flat, you gotta lay it flat, because then you're gonna be able to make sure you're holding it. Get your next piece set up, and the reason I would do that is because if you need to adjust it a little bit, this is the time where you're gonna adjust it. Like I needed to bring it down just a hair. Okay? So then we're gonna hold this really kind of tight against here, but I'm putting it flat, right? And another thing too, if you need to, you can use tape, packing tape, and that would hold it in place until it dries. But you're gonna hold it until it kind of, but I'm holding it against my body, but I'm holding it flat on the table, so that I'm not raising this above, or this is not going to be flat, because you want this to lay flat. You have to give it, and this stuff dries quickly, but you're just going to have to hold it. So I hope I'm doing this right, because if not, we've kind of committed to it, haven't we? If you try to put it up and have it pressed down that way, you want it flat so that you make sure that you're not raising this above, and this is going to be all uneven. If you lay it flat and press it, I've got it pressed against my body, right? It's already done. And we're just going to, now see, I've got this totally flat to that side. So I said it dries pretty quick. I used this when I was doing Christina's wedding. Then we're going to move on. I would go all the way around. I would tell you not to use, you could use hot glue, would be a great solution, but my problem with hot glue is it's going to not lay flat, right? It's going to, the problem with hot glue is sometimes it will leave kind of, it'll be, you'll have kind of a, the bubble barrier with it, and sometimes it doesn't always hook onto stuff. So in using this silicone, I'll put these silicone brushes too in the thing. People use them for resin a lot, but using a silicone brush like this, I'm really able to make sure that I'm getting a very thin layer of glue. I'm not glooping up the glue. I'm using a very thin layer of glue for it, because you don't want to have a thick layer of glue. You want a thin layer of glue to go down here. So this way you're making sure that this is all done. You're making sure that it's pressing down the fabric and all the little ends. But you want a thick or thin glue. You don't want thick. You want your glue to be on the thinner side. Okay, so now we're going to take this, make sure again you got the numbers on the inside, not the outside. Take that, and we're going to line that up. So again, we're going to take this, And I'm going to put this part I've got facing towards my body so I can kind of hold these two together. And Josh is still learning how to cut these things, so they're not going to be accurate. So I'm going to have to move this just a little bit to kind of compensate a little bit for that. If I want it to tip, but I mean, if it's not going to be totally accurate, I'm not going to. But I'm going to get my other piece kind of set up for a minute and then see what I need to do to kind of finagle it. Because this piece over here is not going to match up totally to this piece, but we're going to make it work. Because it's just not going to be perfect. Let's see about this length. Needed a little bit longer, but that's how we're learning. We're going to learn as we go. Because this should have been, because for this to match up perfectly, this needed to be a little bit longer. I think, okay, let's get this. I'm going to edge this just a little bit this way. I need 3,000 hands. Anybody want to come help me? Problem is going to be that this is just not. We can kind of. There we go. Kind of double it for a minute. It's going to work because we're going to make it work. I just did it a little bit kind of cockeyed. And there's Josh is learning how to cut, and this one was not a straight cut, which does not make it easier. It doesn't make it easy. That's for sure. Yep. But just make sure you're laying it flat, because if not, it's going to be a issue. Okay, we're going to move on. I'm going to actually pick this up for a minute. Now that I've got it flat for the most part. Just kind of, this needed to be a little bit longer when I cut it, but we're going to make it work, guys. We're going to make it work. Wrong glue. Make sure to put a little bit on that edge. And then we'll put the, whatever that stuff is, because that'll help it too, kind of stay in place. But you're just putting a very thin amount of glue. And this one won't be perfect because the frame won't be perfect. The cut of the foam wasn't perfect. Josh is getting a lot better at doing that, especially since he got the straight edge of it. I think eventually, as this kind of catches on, more and more people are going to be like offering the foam pre-cut, and that would be so much easier. You know, 8x8s, and people aren't. We've got to make sure we got the right side. That's the. It's hard to tell once you glazed it and do all the things. All right, now let's see where this is going to lie. Kind of not bad. I mean, it's going to be a real big gap, actually, right there. So I'm kind of doing a little bit of finagling because it's not going to be perfect, but that's because Josh didn't do this one perfect. Because this is going to be really, yeah, you weren't supposed to do that. And it was my cut too. So what we're going to do, because otherwise it's going to look, we're going to do that on the inside. That's what we need to do. Okay. I'll do that on the inside. Because this has got to come up a little bit in order to make this kind of fly. Yep, that's what we got to do. Okay. Sandy, have a good night. I'm going to get off here in a minute once I get this thing to kind of cooperate. But have it flat, because that's where you got to make sure that you do. Because you'll... You just got to hold it. You got to hold it. And if you need to, you could get a little bit of, and it's, like I said, part of the problem is that this was not, Josh did not cut it perfectly. So I'm kind of, I have it on there enough that it's going to be straighter. I want that to not look shiny. That it's just, and me, and I'm also learning too. I'm learning my edges and my corners and how to make everything look flat and all that kind of stuff. So I'm learning along a lot of stuff as I'm doing this. And I'm getting better and better at it. Okay, let's do this other piece and then we'll put some glue. And I probably, well, that'll be too once you get the backing on, that's going to help a lot too. Because the backing will be an aid to helping it stay together. Yeah. Yeah, I know I could, but I've already kind of committed to this. And it's going to be a mess if I try to take it off. So it'll be fine. This is going to be wonky because, again, Josh has learned, I have learned how to do the edges so that the frames are going to stay on there smoother. Josh is learning cuts and how to cut things and so forth. So we're both learning. See, like my goose, the edges are really smooth. These I kind of made on the chunkier side. But that's where I'm learning. Edges, he's getting his cuts better. I'm not worried, you know. And I kind of want this frame to kind of have the thought of, you know, if you think about it, we did this when our United States was turning 250 years old. So I kind of want it to look like a frame that maybe just had some wear and tear. It was done by somebody. It was done, you know, kind of a, you know, just somebody that put something together that makes any sense. Kind of like somebody that maybe put a frame together, and the problem is going to be right here. We're going to make it work. It's going to work. It's going to work. I just have to kind of finagle it. You know, where you kind of like an old-fashioned frame that somebody put together and made, and I don't want it to look perfect. It's not going to be perfect because it's off, and I should have made the pieces bigger, but that's something I need to learn. And Josh does so much better with this measurements than I do. And he would have done it on the side, so all the corners would have mitered up to each other. And yeah, just kind of like it was an old thing that's kind of been passed down and you know, so forth. Problem is the top is really wonky. The top is like really gappy. Because that's my problem. It's like the top is like really off. And now I've kind of have the rest of it all together, and I'm not going to try to ruin it if I. Come on, go back up there. There we go. There we go. Just have to make it work. There we go. And up here we gotta. Oh. It's just gonna have to work. That's just all there is to it. Because I've kind of, the pieces are down and it is what it is. I'll know better next time, but I don't think I'm ever going to get rid. This piece means something to me because it was also a piece that kind of showed me that I can do this, but I need to. I definitely should have done my edges longer. Like I said, Josh is much better at that than I am. I have an idea. Whoops, sorry. I have an idea. I have an idea. And it will fix the problem. And it will look really cool if I can remember what I did with it. It's right over there. See? I have an idea to fix it. It'll look really cool. Oh, ouch. Oh. And fix the problem. There's always a solution, everybody. See, I'm trying to stick it in it would work in there. If I did it there. But that would be fine. Then I'd have to figure out how to finagle it in there. But in this hole, it's, well, I could lay it on top. See, this is just going to go right down in there. I think it would absolutely possibly work here. Ooh. It would give this the, oh, that's the ticket. I love when a plan comes together. Hi, Stats. Yep, we're just finishing. I'm trying to finish this frame. There we go. We're going to, but we are finished. Well, we're working on finishing the goose. That's the goose. We're just outlining the goose. But I was finishing this too. I try. It runs in my family, I think, to some degree. Just have to figure out how to do this. Also kind of like this. That would look really cool. I think that's more the ticket. That's more the ticket. Is taking it and just putting it around, making it look like this. Putting it around the edge so that we're putting it like we're starting kind of here. Well, no, let's start on the bottom. That's the place to start. So if you're going to do this, you start on the bottom, because that part you're not necessarily going to see. You like me, and then put that, and then you're just going to really tight. Okay, really tight. We're going to take this and, oops, well, you are going to go where I tell you to go, because I don't have patience for strings that are not going to cooperate with me, just so you know. Okay. Hold it with your hand. I'm going to take this and just tightly wrap this around. Okay. We got to hold it with one hand so we can start getting. Well, we're hopefully going to hold it with one hand so it cooperates. Get it down. You're going to cooperate with me, I'll tell you right now. I will not put up with anything less. Okay. And if you're not going to work, I know exactly what glue to use. Okay. Because we got to get it on there. Just hold it for a minute. I'm impatient, and I want things to work like I want them to work. And when they don't work, I get frustrated. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Actually, we're going to do it too. So we want it to kind of, I want it to hold And then I want it to be tight on the top. Now what we've done is we've kind of given the optical illusion that this is, I didn't make a mistake. You know what I mean? So then I think that's finally going to hold. What was I saying? It was going to, we're just looking. You are not going to move with this glue, I guarantee it. You don't want to hold with that, you're not moving with this stuff. See, when I run out of patience, I run out of patience. I'm very patient with everything, and to a point. And then don't get patient. Now, if you had hot glue, which I do someplace, I am not dragging it out. You can take hot glue. I am not going to wait for hot glue. I'm using our B7000, and it's going to stick. And there's just all there is to it. It's like my aunt. She was, of course, I'll never forget. She just said she didn't make it for 5 years, but she was like, yeah, I'm going to be here for another 5 years, and that's all there is to it. She wasn't, but like, that's it. I guess you can call it the Lizzie in me. So I'm going to put it on the top, but I want to hold this, because when I get to here, I want this to be pretty taut. There's a reason why I want it taut. And we're going to do it on the bottom, so we've got it really held together. But that looks really cool. It looks like I did it on purpose. Now that's going to work. See? The other glue was not. B7000. That's what we're going to put the eyes on with. This stuff holds. Stuff is very good. Where's my lid? Stuff is what I use in my crochet, and I tell you what, the ends do not come out. Just do it, just if you're going to use it in a well ventilated area, because it can be a little strong. We're just taking the rope, and I'm literally just putting a little bit of glue. It will dry clear. Can I come out with it right now? So you just want to kind of like the rope. And then when we get to this part, I really want to make sure I'm pulling that. I'm holding on to the end, but I don't think it's going to come out. And I really want to make sure we're really holding on to this. That end part. If you made a mistake, it will also really hold it too. It's already coming up. And put a little bit of glue where those points come, if you want them to hold. And be very careful. I mean, I've gotten this stuff on my hands so much, but it's not something you really want to have on your hands too often. But now you're going to kind of just follow it around. It's holding really good too. I'm gonna keep doing it. You'll have to put your lid on because it will dry out. It will dry out. When it starts drying out, just put your lid back on for a minute. This stuff is great. This is what we're sticking the eyes on with. Now we've got, I love the rope. Next time I will have Josh cut the frame, because he'll do the miter part of it where he's doing, I don't know if you all know what I mean, like the angle. So it goes on there. I just didn't want to bother with it. And then he'll have to show me how to do that, because then I'll understand. But I kind of like for this, the rope actually worked out to be perfect. Again, we're going right around. And on your corners where you're putting the thing, put a little bit of glue especially. I'm not putting it all the way around, I'm just putting it on. But on the corner, there's glue. If you all haven't had, which reminds me of a lady, I met her. I got to go to 2 of her shows. She has since gone home to be with the Lord, but her name is Jeannie Robertson. And man, she was funny. And if you go on YouTube, you'll get to see some of her stuff. But she told this story about snaps. She was a tall woman. Her and her husband were both tall. And so she was talking about, you'll have to go listen to, and about it, but it's holding an elephant to a tree. And I'm telling you what, she was talking about, a friend of hers who was helping her kind of update her wardrobe. And the lady said, oh, these snaps will hold an elephant to a tree. And it's kind of like this glue. So if you go look up Jeannie Robertson, if you're feeling down, I'm telling you, she will make you go listen to sending your husband to the grocery store. You're going to have, it's a riot. It's an absolute riot. Now see? A little mistake turned into a really nice little added on decoration. And Josh will have to show me how to do the miter stuff. But I don't think you have to go. I can't tell it the way she did, but she said she sent her husband to the store, and for the first time in her life, she had numbered the items. I mean, and it's just hysterical. She is so funny. Her name is Jeannie Robertson, and she is hysterical. She's a riot. If you're having a bad day, just go listen to her. She's just, her stories are funny. She was a sweetheart of a lady. I'm glad I got to meet her. I got to 2 of her shows in Florida. She is just, she's a riot. I'm sure she's making heaven laugh. So now we fixed the problem. Yep. So see, it was like, man, I cut those too small. Well, I think I did a really good job. And I really kind of like the look of the rope. So we realized, and by the way, that's just Dollar Tree twine. We realized if we do get a problem like that, we can fix it through Dollar Tree twine. Now I am going to take the rope. Well, maybe not. Should I? Hold on a second, let me see. It's gonna kind of, I'm going to. So I'm going to take the rope just because it'll help to make sure, and I'm going to do it on the very bottom because That way we've got the top and the bottom. And I mean, it's not there for decoration look. This part I'm doing, I don't know if I can get it worked on the bottom, right? The rest of it. This is not a decoration look. This is just to, I don't want the pressure of the whole thing to be in the top and the bottom, or just the top. So I'm going to take this and just put it on the bottom as kind of like just a secondary kind of a secondary precaution to make sure that you're not just you're putting the rope on the top, first of all, to bring it together and kind of tighten it, but I don't want that to be the only thing, and that it may come apart because it's under stress. I would absolutely, not that you're going to see this, but I would just take a moment. I would go ahead and put it around the very bottom. We're going to be putting felt back there, so I'm not worried about that. I also don't want it to be in one and not the other. That way it's just an extra layer of protection. So I would go ahead and put it on the top, and then I would go ahead and put it on the bottom. If you're not having to kind of finagle this the way I am, you won't have to do it so tight. You can just put it and have it be a nice decorative look. But I'm doing this for reasons of making sure that the paint sticks, if I cut them too short, are going to not come apart. But I would do, if you run into that issue, do the top and the bottom, because now that's what I would do, just as a precautionary measure. I did it awful tight around the whole thing, so absolutely 100%. Because if you just leave it, you're running a risk of the top popping off. So now it's got a little bit of I know. Give me a minute. See what I did? It was hard to do because I had to really tighten it. Okay. Well, here. There you go. See, I did both ends. I've done the top and the bottom. And I did it really tight. But because I had to do this on the tight side, I was afraid if I didn't do the bottom part here, it was going to pop off. So I just went around and I did both sides. I don't know if you can see that or not. I'm kind of taking it on both sides. You see that? I'm taking it on both sides of it. I had to pull it really, really tight. So it was why I had to have it kind of out of range. But if you can see it, I did that side and the top. So both of them are on you're getting the both sides, and it's only because I had to pull this really tight, and I thought if we don't have another one going around the bottom, this may pop loose. And you can even do another one even around the middle part if you wanted to. I don't think you need to, but you could. You can do another one if you wanted to and have it be 3. So it's on the top and it's on the bottom. And the bottom's there just, is that the bottom's not there for any other reason that because this had to be so tight, I didn't want the top to fall off or pop up. Now, but it fixed the problem and I like the look. Doesn't look like I goofed, does it? Kind of really like it. See, it's good to have things like that around. The glue sticks, and if you use that E6 or B7000 and so forth, and you're finding out that your glue kind of sticks to your hands, just get alcohol, it'll come off. I've had it enough on my hands in my life. Alright, so we have this. Yeah, I like it with the twine too. I think it gives a nice look. So, I think if the ends were mitered and they all kind of came together like a frame, I don't think you'd have to do the twine. But because I kind of messed up, and it looks just, I don't know, it just looks like an old-fashioned frame. I mean, we did this when our country was celebrating 250 years, right? Okay. So we're gonna give this stuff a whirl and see if I like it. You okay, Mom? This is this felt stuff, but we're not using it in the intention way that it was supposed to be done. We're using it in a different way. We shall see. So this, and of course, when we turn this over, we gotta be careful of those little things. I'm not gonna try to press it. This is that felt stuff that you're supposed to use for drawers. So what I'm gonna do is lift this up actually, put this down on top of the frame, okay, on top of the paper, and okay, try to get as best as I can. And then get the scissors out, okay, and well, actually, no, I'm not. Get my cutting tool knife. Oops, sorry. Sorry. I will do my best to keep this in the frame. Put it on top of the roll. Get it as close to you as you can to covering the back. You can always clip it off with your scissors, your craft scissors. Okay, use your X-Acto knife. Try to make sure everybody can see that in the frame. Okay, and I'm just going to hold this down and very carefully take my knife because I don't want to cut the twine, and I'm going to just take it across the bottom. That cuts very easily. I'm going to move this forward and and turn it this way, okay, so I can see it. I'm going to take it and put it down this. If we have to cut a little bit off, we will with our craft knife or our craft scissors. Okay. Well, it's going with the back. So then we're going to carefully put this over here because I don't want to smash the little things. If I was you, I'd put those little things when you're all done. That was learning thing. Well, purple is going to be my signature end to my back of my fabric, or my back of my piece. Christina's is going to be navy blue or turquoise. So that's why I chose the purple. Because that's my signature color. Because I'm a purples girl. And then we're going to take this. This is self-sticking. Okay, take this off. And I would actually start off with the corner. Lay it down first because the corner that's not cut, you didn't have to cut, is the part I would start with. It doesn't have to be perfect in there because you want it to kind of get to the frame and attach to the frame a little bit. But you also, you want to just cover up all the messy backside. You want it to attach to the frame. And, okay, so we're going to make sure we're covering up the back end of it. And we're just going to kind of put that there. So I don't like the smoke either. And then don't take it all off at once. Start just slowly peeling it back. Because I'm going to lay this down for a minute and make sure I'm not too off the beaten path. Because I've got to kind of stay in my, that's going to come up if need be. So, okay. Get it on that part first. Get it lining up as best you can with your bottom to bottom edge. And of course, if your picture was exactly 8 by 8 with no issues, you'd be fine. We didn't have that luxury. Okay. Then we're going to peel the back part first. Okay? Because I want to get that on before I go on anything else. So, come on. And just tear those ends off. You just don't want to take all this off because you're going to be in a mess if you take that whole backing off. Forget it. If we need to do some trim, we can do trim. This is a little harder than the felt, but I think it'll be worth it because it's not so thick. The self-sticking felt is so thick. I need to raise this up just a little bit. Take your time. This is the piece you're going to see. And good over there. And good over there. Okay, so let's get it down first there. Okay? And then just start. Right? And if you may have to put a little glue on. And you could take, probably say to take it, once you get, come on. can't grab it, use your tweezers. That worked beautifully. I'm so glad. And then what I am going to do is use my silicone paintbrush, get my wood glue off a little bit, right? I don't need it totally off, but just enough. Okay, and I'm going to take a little bit of our wonderful glue, our quick drying glue, right? I'm not going to make it thick, and I'm just going to take it and put just a little bit of the fast drying glue on the back here. Okay, and just see, this is why these paintbrushes are really handy, the silicone. I think they have them in Dollar Tree too, because they really make for a thin coat of paint, or glue, or paint, because you don't want it thick, because it will show through. You want it thin, especially when you're doing this. I just would do a little bit. All right, and then when this goes on, you're just kind of making sure that this is not going to come off. And if you run into a problem, grab your tweezers. Now that we got it positioned, and it depends what size piece you're doing too. Now we can just kind of lay it down. But then, because we got those little beads things, don't force it, or don't press it down, because we have those beads down. I lifted it up because I didn't want those beads. Now I'm taking it, but I've put a little bit of the glue on. That's nice. I really like that. I like that so much better than the felt, because it is so much thinner and not so thick. And it goes nice back. And just take your thing and put it down. It's sticky, but it doesn't, you don't need to have, and then take your craft knife, your wonderful little craft knife we use to cut the foam with, and take it and just, the nice thing about this is, if you have extra and you need to cut it off, it's going to cut really easily with your X-Acto knife. You're not going to be trying to, it's not going to be like the felt, because you don't want to see the background. The background is just there so that you don't see all the junk. You hide the junk. So that makes for a very easy cut, I would say, with that versus the felt. The felt, the self-sticking felt is very thick, and I can do very fine cuts to kind of make sure that I'm not, I can even hold it up like this a little bit. And be very careful if you're doing this, but just kind of like you would do like a paring knife a little bit. You can kind of take this, and I don't know if you all can see what I'm doing. You see what I'm doing? I'm getting in. See, that's something you couldn't have done with felt. You couldn't have. So that's one thing. I would just be very careful if you're going to do that. I wouldn't want anybody getting hurt. But you could pick it up and just kind of very carefully, and that just comes right away from the thing, so that you're not seeing it. You're kind of able to get into a little bit of, and it's not going to go anywhere. It's stuck on there. So I'm able to kind of take, just very carefully, kind of shave it off just a little bit. Enough that you're not seeing it. Good on that side. Kind of good on this side. Good, just put that in there. So I really like this. I really do. You take your you get into corners where you, because of the way we had to kind of do the frame, you can take that and just kind of get that stuffed in there down the little section. No, I don't, well, no. Well, be careful if you do that, I would say. And you may have to stick a little bit of glue on the edges just to kind of get it to stick it down. If need be. That side got really good. So did that. Just look, some of the edges may not have gotten the greatest, but so now, you know, I really like the look of that a lot. That looks nice. It looks professional. Looks really nice. And that looks nice. Now, I got these. Where are you? Where did I put you? I put you someplace. Well, y'all, I can tell you, I was hurting. Not that I'm not hurting, but it certainly is keeping my mind off the fact that I was hurting. Okay. Got these at Walmart, which are these to hang the pictures up. I have something I can put. I'm gonna have to put these aside because I'm gonna lose those screws for it. Okay. So I'm gonna have to. I may have to do. Well, I can bring you all a little bit closer, but I'm gonna have to kind of, because I don't want to bump those things on the bottom. So I'm trying to watch that. You're gonna need a ruler when you do this. Okay, because you're going to have to put the ruler up to it and make sure that the picture is about 8, right? So we want to make sure that we're trying to kind of make sure that it's kind of in the middle, as straight as we can kind of get it, right? And this is not straight, but anyway, straight as we can get it. But we want to put this in the middle. So if we're going to put this here, if it's 8, we got to put it between 3 and 5 because of where it is. So like if it's gonna be, it's got to be kind of like right there, and that's going to be the middle. And you can take your ruler once you put it there and make sure that you got about, I got 3 inches roughly on that side. And there's about 3 inches on that side. So you kind of just want to make sure that where you're putting it, you're going to be in the middle. You also want to make sure that you're going to hit foam. Move this up a little bit. And then I would take the glue that we use, because this is such a little thing, you're going to be able to just, and I would put a little glue on it. Well, actually, no, I take that back. But yeah, I put a little glue on your little things. I mean, this is not like it's going to be holding up, you know, a huge thing. And this is just going to go right in. Roughly, it should. And it just pushed right through, guys, literally right through. But now we put our glue on the screw. You know, I put it on the end of the screw so that when it, and I'm going to straighten that up a little bit, it literally will push through the foam. There's Mocha. Okay, this is not going to have to hold up much of anything. So now, hopefully the sawtooth is going to be, I do it in the right angle. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I should have flipped it. I think it's supposed to be the other way. Oops. Well, we can fix that. I'll have the holes. I'll know where to stick it. I think it's supposed to be the other way around. But now we have the holes. I think it's supposed to be this way. So put some more glue on it. I should have put it where this thing was on the bottom. It's going to literally punch through. Let me get it and throw this thing out tonight. Hopefully I've got it right on target. Yeah, roughly. Yep. I did pretty good actually. And that'll dry. Just don't want to get the glue away from the felt. Not the felt, but the velvet. So I'd be kind of careful with the glue and the, I wonder if the water technique will work. All we can do is try. Right, where's the, got so many different things going on. I've got yarn and, or not yarn, Mary. Felt and, or velvet, and I've got stuff over here, and I've got glue, and you should see my station right now. It's a mess. Okay, the water work. If you get a little bit of glue on it, just get some water, and it will take care of removing the glue from the felt or from the velvet. But I really like that. I really like that. And now, very carefully, you can take your end and just your knife and just make sure that that's in. That's not going anywhere because the glue's there. That'll be pretty good. So now, I'm gonna flip you all around so you can see me. I'm gonna make it busy for a minute. There you go. Now, when this is, I swore I wasn't going to be on here very long. Does it always happen? Oops. Well, that's going to be an interesting thing. Nope, it's not. Or where's our 7,000? I'm telling you, B7000 is where it's at because that's coming right up. So get your B7000 and put it underneath the. I mean, put the whatever those things are through it, but put some glue on them. But you're gonna need your B7000 because this is just lifting right up. It's not gonna lift up now when I'm done with it. So get your B7000 and I couldn't show you because I had you down. Put it on the ends. Put it on. Put the glue through. Put the screws in, and then lay it down, and then lift that up. Lift the ends up a little bit, and use some of that B7000, or you could get not B that other stuff. I think they're made by the same company, and I forgot what it was. I can't remember what it is. It's not B7000, but it's something kind of similar to it. Oh, I can't believe I've forgotten it. It's not B7000, but it's another one, but it's not B7000. It's another one that's made that has a B in front of it, or a name, a number in front of it. E7000, that's what it is. You can get that. That would work too. You just gotta have something a little stronger. But it's not going to come up now. I will give it time to dry overnight. But now you got the felt on the back. You've got a hanger on the back. These cost nothing. And I mean, these don't have to hang up much, right? I would just let it dry because it's gonna move around if I keep pressing with it. But by morning it should be fine and dandy. Your water technique will work on this too. If you get a little bit of glue that you don't want around the thing, just take your tool, and it'll clean it right up. So now you've got your picture, you've got your little hook, because it's not going to have to hold on much. And look at that professional back. I love this stuff. It's in the fabric list. I love this stuff. It is so easy to cut, and it's so easy that if you need to make any kind of if you need to kind of slice off a little bit on the back, I showed you what I did. Now I will be putting a little label on the back of this and the date that it was finished. I love the look of the twine. I think it fits this picture perfectly. Josh will have to show me how to make the wood sticks where they have an angle to them so that the corners actually meet up to the corners on all sides. But I love it. And I think that adding the little picture thing on the back only gives it a professional look, for sure. But I would the only thing I would say, if you're going to use the velvet, put a little bit of glue just as an extra protection. I don't think it's going to stay without a little bit of the glue that we've been looking at. But I really like this. Another thing I would caution you is, if you're going to be getting this, and they had it in other colors, do not go along with something that is light in color, because, and I picked a navy blue for Christina instead of going like the direction of kind of an aqua or a teal, because if this is going to be on the back of a wall, it's going to get some wear and tear to it. So to prevent the scratches or the dirt or whatever, go with a darker back versus a lighter. But this is the stuff you use to line your jewelry. The people use to line your jewelry, your jewelry, I can't think of what I'm done for tonight, I think. Your jewelry boxes, this is the stuff they use. So my concern, my thing for I love the felt. I'm glad we did that. But my problem with the felt was this. I've got some leftover felt. Problem with the felt is it is so thick. You put it on and it is just very, very thick. This is very light. It's not heavy, and it's easy if you have to, for instance, you have to, like we were able to scrape even the purple that I got. As nice as it was, it's on the thick side, and this doesn't even have any sticky stuff to it. I liked being able to kind of take my X-Acto knife and kind of, kind of shave it off a little bit when I went over a little bit. It was very easy to cut with the X-Acto knife. I really like the look of this. And I know people have used cardstock for the back. They've left it. I just think that this makes it look so professional. You can get if you wanted this to stand up, there's ones you could get from Amazon you could put on. I think that you could get like a wood back. I just think it looks so nice. It's done. I'm so happy with myself that it's done. And that is now not going anyplace. This is look at that. I can hold that without it going. So use the glue that we've been using for to get the to put the screw in, but I would tell you, make sure you take the little ends and use the B7000. Absolutely, that worked like a charm. And I'm just taking a little bit of water because there's a little bit of glue around, and I'm just taking, I'm taking the water and I'm using my tool, and any extra glue that I don't want to have there, it's coming right off with the water. I wanted to make sure it was dry before I did it, and it's not really, it doesn't look like it's damaging the felt. I keep calling it felt, but it's more like a velvet. But just like right in there, I don't like it. Kind of picks up a little bit of the glue. So I showed you all that when you make lemonades, you make lemonades. We will figure out how to get the paint sticks to go. I don't know if y'all can see this. I don't know if you've used a miter box before, but I use the miter box using the middle cut. Okay? I'm gonna have Josh show me how to do this on an angle so that we can cut it on an angle and then go ahead and make these on an angle. But for this specific one, I really like the way we did. We figured it out and worked it out and put the thing, and just give us that old-fashioned look, doesn't it? So with that being said, I will wrap things up too, and we will work on outlining the goose tomorrow so that we can get done with the goose and move on to the teapot, the teacups, because we got to do that for Mama's birthday. And I'm going to go take my little self to bed, and hopefully I can wake up tomorrow and my body isn't angry with me. I loved how the goose came out. I love the goose. I love the goose. I'm so glad I did that. So anyway, I'm so thankful, and I will have the flag pattern up in the next at least 48 hours. I promise you all that I will, but I got to clean up my mess. It's a mess over here. Mocha's over there. She loves coming on the bed. There she is. She says hi. It's time for bed. It's time for sleep, huh? She said hi. You saying hi? Do you see what I mean by I talk about, look, it's a little messy over here. Just a little messy. So anyway, I'm gonna go get some sleep, and hopefully I'll wake up and my pain will not be the way it is, like it's been all day. But thank you all for sticking with me. I'm glad I came on. I'm glad I got my mind distracted, because I needed to get my mind distracted. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to say what I always say. Remember to be proud of being you because everyone else is taken. Keep crocheting that connection. No crochet hook is required or seam ripper is required to connect. And remember that we have you covered. Thank you so much for having us covered. And glue, get back on. No, it's not going to. It's going to be fine. As long as it doesn't dry up, we're good. I will try to schedule a live for tomorrow so that we can work on the goose and get it all outlined and get that finished and framed and put the eyes on it because then it can have a personality, right? And then we'll keep going more Kinusaiga. Who knew? But we love it, don't we? All right, y'all. Love everybody. Have a great night. Bye bye for now.